everyone. Hello and welcome to the Q&A, like the creative Q&A. We were so excited to do this. I mean, especially since spring is like now here and it's beautiful outside. People might be thinking about, and actually we're getting back into the world. People might be actually thinking about writing, a little bit less in that stress space and a little bit more in the yay, life may continue space. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first guest. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to say, Kim Robert.
Thanks so much. It's really great to be here with you, and I love the idea of this chat day. So I am the author of an anthology by Broad Potomac's Shore, Great Poems from the Early Days of Our Nation's Capital, and a literary guide to Washington, D.C. I've also published 5 books of poems, most recently, The Scientific Method. I founded 2 literary journals, Beltway Poetry Quarterly and the Delaware Poetry Review. I wanted to actually talk to you today from my experience as a literary journal editor. You get to a point where you've written a bunch of work, you feel like it's finished, you're ready to get it out into the world, and it's time to develop some really basic tools. And I wanted to talk about one of those tools that you will need every time you apply for a grant, apply for a prize, apply for an artist residency, or importantly, in my case, if you send work out to anthologies or journals where you'd like to get published. So you want to make sure that you have certain things prepared in advance, that you don't have to make them up every single time. It saves you time and energy, and it also encourages you to submit to more often to things if you have all this stuff lined up in advance. So the things that you need to have lined up in advance are, of course, work samples, a short 1-paragraph biography. Some places might ask you also for an artist statement. What else? So, it's once you start applying for grants and fellowships, and once you start sending your work out to be published, you want to keep your drafts of all of the things that you've prepared and add to them, update them, so you don't have to make it all up every single time. So I had said that the bio is the most basic thing that you need. So I want to start there. And I will have to say in advance that one of my big pet peeves when I was working as a literary journal editor was people who did not send bios in the correct format. And I have to say, it's easy to stick to the format. And if you don't, you're giving editors and people who serve on panels an excuse to not take you seriously. So you don't want to do that. You don't want them to discount you before they've even read your work sample. So a bio, a 1-paragraph bio, should be somewhere between 2 and 5 sentences in length. It should not be longer than that. And the important thing to remember is that you are not writing your artistic statement. You're not writing your vision for your work. Your bio is purely factual. It should start with your full name, and it should be written in the 3rd person. I have occasionally seen people who write bios that start with some other clause before they get to their first name. Don't do that. Don't say, born in Charlotte, North Carolina, Kim Roberts is the blah, 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 because editors are going to change that. When they write up their contributors' notes, they're going to do it alphabetically by author's name, and they want your name first. So you start out by saying Kim Roberts is. So again, talking about yourself in the third person, it feels weird at first, but this is what you have to do to provide to editors. And you want to arrange your information. You don't get much information, you only get a few sentences. You want to arrange your information from most important credits to least, because if your bio goes long, editors will cut from the bottom up, okay? So if you have publication credits, that goes first. Kim Roberts is the author of such and such a book. Or if you haven't published a single author book yet, Kim Roberts has been published in, and then you name some journals. The such and such review, the such and such newspaper, and the such and such anthology. So you put your publication credits up first if you have them. If you do not have publication credits, don't worry, don't panic. You will eventually, but in the meantime, you need to give them other factual information that is relevant to you as a writer. You don't want to put in things that are not relevant to you as a writer. Here are other things you can put in the bio. You can talk about your work experience if it has anything to do with writing, teaching, editing, translating, something fairly literary. You can also put your education, which does not necessarily have to be related to writing. You can put where you live. Editors love to know that information. But again, don't give us factual, don't say Kim Roberts lives in Washington, D.C. with her fluffy cat and too many houseplants. No, that our editors don't want that. They're going to cut it. So you can say Kim Roberts lives in Washington, D.C. That's it. What else might be relevant? If you are fluent in other languages or sign language, that's also of interest and is related to your literary career. Jade, what am I forgetting? Other things that might go into your bio.
I am over here just learning a whole lot. Like, let's be honest. I was like, oh, I need to write on fluid and some stuff. Okay. Let's see, what else are you forgetting? I don't know. I this is my personality. I think I like to, if I have space in that 2 to 5, I like to add in like a really fun fact. Like not a horrible fact, like something that's related to writing. Like Jade has dyslexia and yet she's a writer.
Yes. Okay. So that would be a great thing to put in there. Thank you. And I totally forgot about that. If you have something that's part of your identity that might be related to your work, that definitely should go in. So you can give your race, your ethnicity, your religion, if you are disabled or not, and name your disability, your gender, your sexuality, any of those things are important identity markers. And editors love to know that. So, you know, I can say, Kim Roberts is the author of such and such. She has won these particular awards and residencies. Roberts is a Jewish queer writer living in the heart of Washington, D.C. Like I would leave the identity stuff for your last sentence. But that is also, thank you. I totally forgot that. That's really important information. And a lot of editors right now are looking to have more diversity. So if you have some identity marker that counts you as diverse, then that can sometimes work in your favor. A lot of journals and anthologies are playing catch up for all of the decades when publishing was so white, straight, male dominated. And so, yeah, that's a great thing to add to a bio. So once again, I would just say important things that you can put in might be publications, prizes, other awards and fellowships, your education, um, if you have sort of special skills like in translation or speaking other languages, if your country of origin is different from the US, editors love to know that. Again, any sort of identifying markers of race, ethnicity, any sort of difference. And that's about it.
Wonderful.
If you have again something that is could be possibly cut from your bio, that should go toward the end. There are always going to be editors who feel like, because they want internal consistency in their publications, they will feel free to edit your bio. And so if you give them the most important information at the top, that's the most likely that'll stay in. They tend to cut from the bottom. I hope that's been clear.
Yeah, that is so fabulous. And thank you so much, because a good bio is a really important thing. And I think as writers, we want to embellish, and no, there's no.
No, you got to keep it really short and really factual. It's not a place to be fanciful or imaginative. It's just for the giving of the most basic factual information. And what you'll find is the more publishing credits you get, the less that you will put other things in your bio, like maybe your education or your workplace, right? Those things get cut. Oh, and I should say, with work experience, also your volunteer experience can also be used in the bio. So if you volunteer with a community group, or you're a volunteer tutor, or you're et cetera, that also can count in your bio. I'm giving all of these examples because as beginning writers, your bio will be more about who you are and your work experience and your education. As you get more publication credits, that's the stuff that will drop down lower in the bio, and your pubs will move up to the top. So, as you get publications, awards, fellowships, those are the types of things that are more considered more prestigious professional credits, and those get moved up in your bio the more you get them. So your bio changes over time, but you can always use your earlier one as a sort of template for changing it. And the idea is have this ready. Don't make yourself rethink it every time. I find that the more things that I have sort of canned already, when I'm applying for a grant, I use old grants and rewrite them for the new grants. So my artistic statement, my project statement, my bio, it's much easier to edit than it is to write it from scratch.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for sharing this wonderful information. Where can people find out more about you and buy your books? And also, if you wouldn't mind putting your website in the chat also when you're done.
Thank you. You're so good about reminding me. Yes. So if you can remember my name, you can always find my website. I'm an org. So kimroberts.org for more information about my books, my teaching, my editing, and how to contact me. And thanks again so much for the opportunity to be part of this today.
Of course, you always come with the best information. And we thank you so much. I'm Jade. This is Winona. We are the Anti-Author Ladies, because I forgot to say that earlier. And you can find out everything your ladies are doing at www.andwethought.com. And next on the list is
Does anyone have any questions?
Yep.
I do. I just wanted to know if Kim could just either tell us or maybe put a website in the chat about your artist statement. I think it's a very hard thing to write? And also, is it like a mission statement and kind of where you're going? Because I've applied for things and they're kind of want to know like your career arc. And I was like, what the heck is that? I don't even know. I'm just out here doing the best I can. So I would like to know more, if there's time, the ladies, or maybe later at the very end for the Q&A. But just kind of like what exactly is that, and maybe you could read yours at the end.
Oh yes, I can definitely read mine. So thanks. It's a great question. So if people are asking for your career arc or other statements, they're not asking for a bio. They're asking for an artistic statement. And I know it's confusing, all of these various things that, places want different things from us. But a bio is a very different place than, you never want to say my philosophy about my writing, or my writing has changed over time with, or I tend to write on such subjects, or worse, I would get bios sometimes as an editor with these very vague statements about, I write to try and bring peace to the world. I'm like, no. Yeah, this is not the place. So Tracee, what you're talking about is more of an artistic statement. And those usually tend to be longer, and you can talk about what are the major themes in your writing, if they've changed over time. You can talk a little bit more about some of the, where you've studied writing, or if you have a writing critique group of peers that you're in. Those are the types of things that you would do in a more expanded artistic statement. The bio, again, factual, just pure facts. So I am going to put my bio into the chat. And I actually, depending on how long, oops, that didn't work. I thought I cut and pasted. Did I? Huh. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. So this is my shorter bio, and because I've published a lot, all it talks about is my publications, nothing else. But for a longer version, I would then add, I'm going to cut and paste this now. These are some sentences that I could add at the end if they take a longer bio. So my bio now has just publications, prizes I've won, and residencies. And then I end with my author website. When I was a younger writer and starting out, my bio looked really different from this. My bio said where I had studied, and the city I lived in, and I think for a while I had some of my volunteer work on there. And sometimes I talked about my teaching. All of that stuff has now dropped off because I have more important credits. And since you only get 2 to 5 sentences, you can't put everything on. You have to then decide, okay, what are my most important professional credits? Does that make sense? Yeah, okay.
Definitely, thank you.
Sure, yeah. Maybe on some later date, we can talk about artist statements. That's a whole different kettle of fish. And when usually grants ask you for that, and sometimes residencies will ask you for that, but not always. Sometimes all they want is a bio and then a project description. So a lot of grants that you apply for would be project-based. You're asking for money to support while you continue to finish a body of work that you've started, a series of poems on this particular subject, or a series of short stories that are part of what you hope will be your first collection of published work, whatever it might be. I find the project proposal, the project statements, easier to write than the artistic statements. Artistic statements are hard. They're asking for where you are in your development as an artist.
Wow. Yeah, that's a whole nother kettle of fish. And I feel like that's another like podcast that we're gonna have with Kim Roberts. I feel
Would
like
you mind explaining that?
Yeah, so I feel like
podcast?
that's a podcast coming soon, hopefully. Thank you so much, Kim, for coming on. And I'm glad you're enjoying your coffee, because I was enjoying my coffee. So we will move on to our next guest, which is Rose Drew.
Yes, hi. I'm kind of in the dark here. I'm not in the best well-lit hotel room. I'm kind of on the road right now. I'm going to be talking, I didn't really prepare any statements because I just don't even know where to dive in on publishing. So I'll just kind of give you an overview. We've been getting a lot more manuscripts this past year because people are home and they have more time to think about things. And sometimes I think boredom is a good thing. We don't really get bored. We just get time to think about what we want to do and what we've written and what we would like to finish writing and things we've started. So we've been getting a lot more manuscripts. And actually, we've not been selling as many books, but we've been reading a lot more manuscripts, which is interesting. And so if you are ready to send your manuscript out, you might hear someone saying, well, you should put out the comps. What is your book like? Girl with the Pearl Earring meets Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, which, by the way, would be a really good book, I think. So comps are okay, but I would really like to see what I have to put on your, what I call the AI sheet, or the advanced information sheet down the road. What are your unique selling points? What are your key selling points? What is your book about? What makes it great? Is it a coming of age, coming out story? Is it the story of someone finding their roots? Is it someone over, the main 5 stories, whatever, the main stories? So you can say right up in your letter to me, my story is good because it would do this and this and this and this. This are its unique aspects. This is why it is not like every other book you've been reading. This is why mine is better. So you're going to have that letter you're going to pull together. Don't make it a really long letter. Make it to the point. A synopsis of your book, the 2 or 3 chapters you're going to send me, and what makes it a good book, right? Now, as far as the writing of it, a thing that we'll often get, and what you'll always hear is, show, don't tell. Well, that's really hard to kind of wrap your head around. So what I often tell someone is, how do you know someone is upset? Pretend you're describing the scene because you're outside of a plate glass window, a huge window, and you can see into the living room. How do you know that person is angry? How do you know that person is sad? How do you know that they're arguing? How do you know that they're in love? So you don't want to just say, he looked sad. That's really wide open, and my version of sad and what I look like when I'm sad might be entirely different than how you look when you're sad. And whereas we do want to have the reader kind of imprint their own vision on the book and what the characters look like and how they act, you also don't want to give them too blank of a slate. And so the best writing really kind of paints the picture with the words. And so I do like to give the analogy of looking through the window, or describing the action to someone who is far away and you're on the phone, or describing what's going on to someone who has recently, lost the ability to see. So they've had that in the background. You can explain, well, he was mad because of so-and-so. So it's really good if you can paint the words, and if you can give me a reason on why I should take the time to read your manuscript. And I do try to look through them and start off with a bang, really. If you have a lot of buildup and background, I consider that scaffolding. Like, you have to have scaffolding to build a building, but when you're done, take that down. So you can start somewhat in the middle of the story. And if it's really important where that person was born or what their relationship with their mother was, you can drop that in down the road. Don't give everything to the reader on a plate. Give them some work to do, or they will get bored. If you've done everything for them, you're explaining everything too much, they don't really need to read your book. So on the one hand, don't be too skeletal in the information, but don't give them too much. Let them let them find this information out. So that's just how I would ask you to please frame a manuscript. We're at the point now where even if I really think a manuscript is a diamond in the rough, I don't have a lot of time to go through the rough. I'd rather have something that's like right off the rack, and maybe I got to move a couple of buttons down and take the hem up a little bit. So it's really good if you don't have a lot of work that's needed to be done. Having said that, we do have editorial assistants, you know, the interns who work for free, and they're happy to learn as they go. But again, I don't really have the time to do that. So when you are preparing a book to send out to a publisher, number one, don't CC 200 publishers, blind copy it if you must do that, but actually don't do that. Make the book to me, make the letter to me. Go online, find Stairwell Books. I'll put the website here. See some of our look inside things. Read the kind of, read 10 or 15 pages from the kind of book we publish. Look at our covers. Look at the themes we do. You'll probably notice I publish a lot of books where the characters are strong women. We have a lot of books that have LGBTQ characters. We have a lot of books. We do a lot of short stories. We do like short stories. We're now moving into a lot of middle grade books because these are fun. They are 30 to 50,000 words. I can reread them 10 or 15 times and not just go, oh God, it's such a long book. I can approachably reread it a bunch of times. And children's books are fun. They'll have magic or something in them, but they often have a little message, something about climate change, something about houselessness, something about bullying. So you can have that kind of thing in there too, which is really kind of neat. So then I'll wrap this up soon, and then I'll hope to hear some questions. The only other thing I would say is, if you've got a book and you've got this thing you've worked so hard on, and I'm so glad you've worked hard on it, and I worked really hard on a book and it's never going to go anywhere because it just didn't have a need to exist. So imagine, is this book that you want to be a book, is it something that you really see someone spending their last $10 on? The last mad money they've got for the month? The last bit, is it really something that they would actually go in and buy, that they need to buy, that they have to buy? Is it something that, for me, can I stop thinking about it? Can I put it down and walk away? Or am I like, I want to read more of that manuscript. I got to really see what happens. If I need to see what happens next, your eventual reader may also. So that's kind of some of the things I'm looking for in a letter, in the manuscript itself, and just in the story itself, and the reason for your book to exist. It has to, it doesn't always have to change the world, but it is kind of nice if you have something that you would like to see be different about the reader's life after they've read your book, that they walk away and go, oh God, that thing, that's it. I can't get it out of my mind. So that's pretty much all I'll say right now about publication. We love seeing manuscripts, and I'll put in a bunch of links right now. And you know what, ladies, thank you so much for asking me. I love seeing you guys. I love doing things with you. It's always been it's always fun. It really is always a lot of fun.
Oh, thank you. We love doing things with you. Does anyone have questions for Rose? She's amazing, by the way. And so is Kim. Like, all of our panelists are amazing today.
I just want to mention and recognize Rose True has Stairwell Books, and therefore is a publisher. And it's not often we get to ask the publisher what they want.
Right. So
I'll take advantage of this opportunity and ask a few questions. But do not ask the question why they haven't published your book yet. That's a no-go.
That's a no-go for that question. But as she put in the chat, her website to check out the books that she publishes is stairwellbooks.co.uk, because she's a UK publisher.
Yeah, but we have offices in America, and we distribute books everywhere.
And when she says she really does like looking at manuscripts, she really means it. I sent her an experimental 3-piece manuscript, and she actually read it. I was so impressed. No one makes it through that manuscript.
But they do. So thank you so much, Rose. We really appreciate it. I feel like our people are shy today and have no questions. So maybe we'll just move on. They might have questions later. Who knows? The chat is open, y'all. And we'll just move on to our next guest, Camilla Monk. And she is a romancer.
Hi, everyone. Today, I'd like to tell you about world building and more specifically, how to bring your world building to a next level in fantasy. I'm better known for writing romantic suspense, but I've been veering toward fantasy for a few years already. I wrote a dark fantasy title set in a world reminiscent of ancient Rome. So that took a lot of world building. And my next title, Of Blood and Light, will borrow from the tropes of body strippers and be set in a high fantasy world as well. So this is something I'm very passionate about, and I love spending hours scouring the web in search for information on how to build my world. If you are currently writing fantasy, or if you're contemplating doing that, you probably have this world building starter kit, which is basically geography, politics, and social groups. This is very obvious, like your geography, frozen world, desertic worlds, or very rich worlds is going to determine your politics, because, for example, if resources are rarefied, you're probably going to have dictatorial states and such, and those are going to in turn determine your social groups. And again, this is a very common trope in fantasy. You're going to see very airtight, very well-defined social groups, and usually the conflict is about being able to move from one social group to another, or having a relationship with someone from a different social group. And my issue with that is that often world building kind of stops there. We experience this new world through the lens of those three elements: the geography, politics, and social groups. And if you think about it, that's not the way you actually experience the world you live in your everyday life. You experience it through food, sounds, cultural references, and those usually then lead you back to political elements. For example, what you eat is what your country grows, what your country imports. That is determined by the political decisions of your leaders. And then starting from there, you may be thinking about the politics of your world. And so the point I would like to make today for anyone who's writing fantasy is that you should really, if you want to have a solid and really rich world building that really feels like an immersion in a different world, you might want to start with your sensory experience and really work on what are the species, how are seasons or time experience in your world. Are they obscure cultural references that everyone gets, but a foreigner wouldn't get them? And these, you can use those then to track back toward politics and social groups and get back, to the basics of fantasy. And that would give you a much richer world in this sense that that the reader is experiencing it as they read, and that they're immersed and that they're not taken out the experience. For example, I would recommend avoiding too many references to things that already exist in your world. The most obvious that comes to my mind is that recently I was reading a fantasy book set in a fairy court. By that point, everyone has guessed what series I'm talking about. And the characters were eating chocolate. And, that stopped me. I was like, wait, why? Why would you be eating chocolate? Why is there chocolate in your world? This is not explained. So yes, that would be the gist of it to me is if you want good world building, use your senses. Think about what you see and you hear and feel when you're standing in a room, and that can lead you back to broader topics of matters, of empires and politics, but start small. Does anyone has any question about that subject?
It's a great subject, Camille. Thank you. I was wondering just what are some of your pet peeves in your own reading that annoy you, make you throw the book across the room, as far as people building their worlds and stuff like that?
The chocolate thing was really typical of that. It's basically when something feels too close to my own world, and it feels jarring because I'm suddenly taken out of the experience. For example, in Silver Legs, one of my books, I made it a point not to use any reference to trees or fruit or plant species that we know here on Earth. Because, and as you read, you recognize that they're eating fruit, that this is a tree or whatever, but you're never taken out of the experience. You never have someone, you know, pulling out an apple or a chocolate bar. And that way you really feel that you're treading in this world that's completely different and that you have to discover it and experience it. So yeah, my biggest pet peeve is chocolate.
And then just a follow up to that is, I guess, world building seems so difficult if you have never done it. Where do the inspirations even, or what kind of feed do you have that you use to even come up with the world?
I'm a huge Wikipedia and history nerd. So usually I'll open up a Wikipedia page, and it's great because, you know, it's a thread and you can pull it and there are so many links. So usually if you fall on that hole, you're going to spend a couple hours reading about a million different subjects, and you're going to come up with so many ideas about cultural details, things that you've never thought about. For example, in my next book, I wanted to set it on Thule, which is for Europeans. I happen to be European, is the original isekai, the world beyond world. In the Middle Age, they imagined that there existed a different world that you couldn't easily access by sailing, and that would be Thule. And so I ended up wondering what language would they be speaking, maybe some sort of Celtic language. So I ended up reading books about Proto-Celtic and reconstructing a language for the book. So to me, it's about asking yourself questions. It's really, I'm standing in a room in another world with those characters. What language are they speaking? What sounds are they hearing? What does it smell like? What does it smell like? For example, what sort of nature you would have on that world, and how that would affect the scents, the perfume that you're using, the food. So that's usually how I start. I try to imagine how that would feel, and then I do a lot of research and I pull strings in all directions.
I love the answer to that question, because I'm telling you, before then I've always thought about doing world building, but now I know how to do it properly, so I'm kind of excited. I might build a world, but no one will ever read it.
And we always quote you when we talk about world building. We're like, oh no, Camilla Monk, you need to reach out to her. She builds some worlds.
Yeah. Thank you.
Also, I'm going to do a personal endorsement because I'm a huge fangirl of her work. Her first works, The Romantic Suspense. If you guys do not know her series, I say get to know it because it is awesome. You cannot read book one without just going straight through like a binge-worthy thing. You won't.
Thank you.
Alrighty, sorry.
Okay, any more questions?
Please put what in the chat.
Oh yes, can you please put where people can find your books and find out more about you and your website?
And you can find me on camillamonk.com.
Okay, fabulous.
And everything is there.
Okay.
I'm writing that.
That's to everyone.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Okay, so thank you so much, Camilla. Any more questions? No. All right. She'll probably be around in you can ask your questions in the chat. I guess. Wow, we're running early today. It
feels weird.
It feels weird. I can't understand.
I know where it feels weird. It's because it's a Q&A and people don't ask questions.
And so our next person is Mandy Haynes. Mandy.
Hey, how is everybody?
Hi.
So I had a couple of different things I was going to talk about today, and I was going back and forth, but after listening to Rose, I'm changing everything.
I love Mandy for that. She always is like, you know what? I flip the script all the time.
Yeah, because I just I've been doing this on the on the little back side, like doing this for a couple of years now for friends and other authors that have reached out. But I just actually made a website for my little Three Dogs Write Press. I do not want to publish books. Like I love publishers, but it's like that is something I don't want to do. But I'm an author of 2 self-published books, 2 short story collections, and I'm a freelancer. I actually, just as I started a magazine for the International Pulpwood Queen and Timber Guys Book Club Reading Nation. So I've learned a lot about, design and formatting, and learned a whole lot about self-publishing. And I did that myself because I was just, a lot of things happened, and I just decided just to change my whole life and went the self-publishing route because I wanted a book in my hand before I turned 50. So that's why I decided to self-publish, and I loved it, and learned a lot. And I wanted to use what I've learned to help other people. Like interior formatting, I can get your manuscript ready to fit any format, if you wanted to submit something to Rose. I'm not an editor, like there's line editors. All this is so important, but I can offer professional detailed critiques. I started writing before I was in kindergarten, and I am hyper aware of sticky sentences and like repetitive words, all those things that you don't see when you're writing your story, especially after you write it and you rewrite it, you've edited it. You're focused on the story and your characters and showing and not telling, and you're focused on that. All those little sneaky little aggravating things that are in there that you just can't say. And the editor also, when they're focused on other stuff, they might miss it too. And I know for a fact, because I had both my stories professionally edited, but the best thing that I ever did for myself was I paid an author that I loved, had so much respect for her. She's a great author. I paid her for a critique of my short stories. And that was the best advice that she gave me that I got from any of the editors or any of my beta readers or anybody. And I thought I would love to do that for other people. I also do cover designs. And like promotional things, like all graphics for your social media sites, like for every social media site, or for swag, like bookmarks, postcards. I figured out how to do that stuff for myself. And it's like, you all don't have to worry about, I would be happy to help you all do that for a good, I understand too what it's like to be an author, and how much it costs to all the stuff that you have to do. So, yeah.
So Mandy, I have a question. Why would it be important for people who have like good graphics and like a theme that follows all their posts, right? Like, not to have like, oh, today I'm going to go green and then I'm going to go yellow and then I'm going to go purple. And like, why is it so important to have that
brand colors?
Yeah, well, it's because it's your brand. You want when somebody, it's like certain musicians, when you hear a song on the radio, it's like, who that is before you ever hear the words to the song. It's their brand. You want your logos and your promotional stuff to kind of be that way. So when people, and they don't have to be exactly matchy because they're going to be, but you want it to have your touch to it.
Fabulous. Okay, and then you talked about pulpwood.
Yes,
and we need to talk about what is pulpwood. Why did the rest of it just fell out my head?
What is pulpwood? What did they do? And I did not know they had a magazine. So can you tell us a little bit how that got started?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's the International Pulpwood Queen and Timber Guys Book Club Reading Nation. It is the largest meet and greet book club in the world. It's not the largest online anymore with Oprah and Reese Witherspoon and all that, but it's the largest meet and greet. They have over 800 chapters, like all over the world. And Kathy L. Murphy started this over 21 years ago, going on 22 years ago now. And it's a funny story how it started. She's got a great book that tells all about it, and her whole story is actually pretty amazing. And she just loves like literacy and authors, like new authors, especially, that are trying to get out, because there's so many of us. There's so many authors out there, and there's, that you don't, if you're, that don't make that New York Times bestseller list, if you're not looking, you'll miss a bunch. So she's really big on connecting readers and writers. So the magazine is something, so January, I helped her, it was the first virtual girlfriends weekend. She does it every year. They have this huge party, and it's been like the stories of the parties in the past, y'all. I've never made it to a live one because I'm actually kind of new to the Pulpwood Queens. But last year, due to COVID, you know, she had to do a virtual one, and I had volunteered to help her, you know, with all this Zoomy stuff, and you know, it was odd, different. And we just hit it off and worked so well together. She asked if I'd be the executive director. And, you know, it's all volunteer. I get books. So I'm helping her read, you know, the books for the book club list. So that was good payment. But I got an idea for, she's always looking for new things. And I had the idea of a magazine, to do just a free online magazine. And instead of having businesses pay, you know, big amounts for small ads, have the Pulpwood Queen and Timber Guy authors pay little amounts for big ads. So the whole magazine, it's just all about the authors that are part of the group. So it's been fun.
Wow,
so
that's
where
amazing.
can we join the Pulpwood Queens? Where can we find the magazine? And wait, did you say something about ads? And you know, we all have books, so I'm like ads. Ads for books?
Yes. Okay, but here's the thing, because we're trying to think of ways to promote our authors, because it is a paid membership. Like this for authors, it's $50 a year, but you get in the newsletter that goes out to everyone. Pulpwood Queens and Timber Guys. I'll put it in the thing, and I'll put the link to the website that tells you all about it. There's so many benefits of being a part of that group. Online book clubs. We started a writer's workshop like the second Saturday of every month. On the authors that are chosen, the official for the official selection for the book club. On every Tuesday, there's a Zoom event with Kathy where she interviews the authors, and it's just so easy, laid back. You know, it's a lot of, she's so much just connecting, making connections for people. I know I'm just talking, I'm not even doing a very good job at doing that, but I'll put a thing for the website. Yeah, so you can join, you can have for readers, there's just a book club membership for authors, and then they have one for publicists and publishers too, so they can get a lot of their authors in. And yeah.
Okay, great. And then you were talking I know we were talking about graphics earlier, but how important is a book cover?
Oh, Rose, I have all my life, I mean, as a little kid, I mean, think about it. When you were a little kid, if you were at the library, at school, why would you choose the book?
I have to interject here. It is the cover, baby. It is the cover. People look at the cover, then they turn it over, then they flip through the pages. That is 1, 2, 3.
Yes, it's that cover. And I can't say how sad I've been that people have given me books and I wouldn't have bought it because of the cover. But if a friend said, "Oh, you got to read it," they give it to me, it's so sad because I would not have bought that book. But you open it up, you read it, you love it. I mean, it's like, and then it's like, oh, but if it wouldn't have been for someone giving me the book, by the cover, I wouldn't have picked it up, which is terrible because I'm a huge reader. I read everything, and it's very important, very important.
I do have, my next question is a narcissist question, and all of you here have been on my podcast, so therefore I have narcissist questions.
Oh.
When you read my books? I'm joking.
She's like quarter past never.
Never.
Quarter past that never.
I keep waiting.
I'm sorry, Rose, what did you say?
Keep waiting. I've supposedly had a copy of the manuscript and I have torn the place apart and I can't find it any file anywhere. Send it to me again.
Oh, great, because it's actually better now. It makes sense.
You're going to keep fiddling till you break it. So, send it out and let someone look at it.
and that is also a very good thing. And Tracee had a question in the chat. Hold on, why? See, like now.
Pulpwood Queens is the name. Is that the name? And Timberwood? Question.
Timber guys.
So it was the Pulpwood Queens for a long time because it was Kathy. And the way it started is, gosh, over 20 years ago, she owned a hair salon, a beauty shop. And so she wanted to she wanted to join a book club, right? So she found a book club that was meeting. She went, and the women there were not very inviting. And so, but she still was so excited because she loved to read. It was a book, our book club. And when she was leaving, she said something about, coming to the next one. And a lady pulled her aside and she said, honey, we didn't invite you. We only have room for 8 members or something like that. What? It just hurt her feelings. So she went home and she started her own dang book club. And that first week, I think she said 6 people came, and she had it at her little beauty salon. And then, gosh, by the next, like maybe a month or, the next day, there were so many people coming that they didn't have room for everybody. And she ended up turning her little beauty shop into a bookstore. It's called Beauty and the Book, y'all. I mean, her story is the coolest story. And when you meet her, she's just full of life, and you just love her. You just love her.
This sounds like a Hallmark movie. Like, I want to watch it. Like,
right?
It's like Steel Magnolias at the bookshop around the corner. Like, what is going on?
It's kind of like this. It is kind of, you think, Steel Magnolias. And then it was so cute because she loves like animal print, and she's been on all kinds of like, I feel horrible because it's like I'm drawing a blank, but she's been on like all kinds of like morning talk shows and stuff.
Good Morning America and all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Thank you, Brandy. Thank you. And it's like, they kind of told her the big hair and the stuff that's, it's cute, it works, it's kind of like a brand, So she has the only rule, it's like where tiaras are mandatory and reading our good books is the only rule. So she's all about too, like crayons. So you feel like, so it started out, it was really women, guys, but then more guys wanted to join. A lot of the members, their husbands were like, hey, what is this girlfriends weekend? You go and you have so much fun, and you're meeting all these authors because they have dinners when they have the live ones. They have dinners, and you are served by the authors. Like the authors serve the readers that come to these meetings. It's just so cool. So there's so many guys join, and there's so many male authors then, wanted to submit. So she changed it to Pulpwood Queens and Timber Guys. So like Pulpwood, she lived in a pulp town. Like there was a it was a paper mill town. So, the pulp, the wood, that's the Pulpwood Queens, and then the Timber Guys, because it all kind of.
That's fabulous.
Every time you say Timber Guys, it makes me think of this movie.
Oregon. It just makes you think of Oregon. Like, what is like Oregon? What? Oregon? Oregon's happening?
We have some adorable people there in Oregon.
Okay, so y'all, thank you so much, Mandy. Like, so much information always, and she's amazing, y'all. Y'all need to check her out, and she does some stuff with felt that is super amazing. Like, I didn't even understand.
I have to send y'all a scarf and some earrings. I've been so busy. I can't forget to mail them out.
It's absolutely fine. So, all right, y'all. So we are actually at a Q&A spot. We have like 5 minutes to just questions from any of the people that have went before this spot.
Before we do this, I do want to do one quick networking thing. Mandy Haynes, Tanya, are you here? Mandy Haynes, I want you to meet Tanya Todd. Tanya Todd is a script writer. And later on today, we'll have a director and producer who owns their own production company. So, if you want that Hallmark movie you made, y'all might.
I do know someone who works for Hallmark too. So if you want to talk, let's talk.
All right. Pulpwood Queens, man, that movie. Kathy needs to star herself because she is the perfect character.
Yeah, it sounds really, I was checking out the website. It's like everyone's wearing a tiara.
Okay, so we have like 4 minutes for just an open round of questions, which, people don't normally do on these things, but let's hope for it.
I think everyone's been on Zoom, so we're now all comfortable for like a year. Anyone?
Yeah.
Well, I'll
I have a
start
question for
actually.
Mandy. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, good. I have a question for Mandy. I want to talk to Mandy about book covers. So, sweetie, I'll get a hold of you. I have a book cover that is defeating us. And when you said book covers, I mean, this is a great book, but I have no cover for it. We keep going round and round and round. And somebody made us lovely art. And I'm like, great, and I got to give this kid money, but it's just not working. And let's chat.
Okay,
So,
all right.
seriously.
I'll put my stuff up here too.
Excellent,
Okay,
thank you.
So Brandy has a question. Brandy, just want to unmute and say your question?
Sure. I'll just say, how did you get involved with Pulpwood Queens, Mandy?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so Bryn McLean. Bryn McLean? I'm a fan of her writing. Like, she's a great Southern author, y'all, and a wonderful person. Like, so sincere and just down to earth and beautiful person. I was, writing my stories. I had a couple of small independent presses that were, asking me if I, would be interested in them publishing my stuff. And I didn't know what I was doing. I was sending out for endorsements while I was making up my mind what I was going to do. That's when Bryn was doing that crazy. She put over 200,000 miles on her car, going to all these different book clubs to promote her book. And I was watching her on social media, and I'd read the book, and it was so good. I didn't know her from anybody, y'all. And I'm not so dumb. I feel so stupid that I didn't even know about the Pulpwood Queens, especially now that I found out about them, and they've been going on for so long. I just reached out to her, and I said, to tell her what an inspiration she was to Bryn, what inspiration. And she said, honey, I've been following you on Facebook too. I'm so proud for you. Call me. I'm on the road. I'm bored. Call me whenever you get a chance. We'll talk. She's the one that told me, you need to join the Pulpwood Queens. You need to meet Kathy Murphy. She is such a big, cheerleader and, promoter of new authors. All of those miles that she put on her car to all these different book clubs, they were Pulpwood Queen and Timber God chapters. She was going all over the country, and they were hosting her and giving her a place to stay, like putting her up and throwing her these big parties, connecting her to the local bookstores. And it's like, what a great community. And then River Jordan was an author friend of mine who I just love her writing. And she was like, I can't believe you're not a Pulpwood Queen. You need to join, girl. Join right now. And I did. And it's like, I just kind of jumped right in, and have never, everybody is so supportive. I mean, there are some writers that are just unbelievable, like, so many awards and, been on the bestsellers list, and brand new authors just starting out. Everybody is treated with the same kind of, I don't know, it's like you just, like a family, which I kind of hate to say because I have such a dysfunctional family. It's like the family that you want, that you could pick, if you could pick. Yeah.
Okay. Tanya, did you have a question? And then we have to move on to our next person.
Why don't you just connect us through email, and I will talk to her that way.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yes.
Perfect.
Let me make sure she's here. Okay, yeah, Nichelle is here. So we have the wonderful opportunity to listen to an editor from USA Today. And she's going to tell us a bit about journalism and what she does and her project that she's working on right now. Nichelle?
Hi, everybody. And great to see Jade and Winona again, the ladies. This is wonderful. Thank you so much for inviting me to share this afternoon. And apologies for being in and out. As has been mentioned, I am in the middle of launching a new project. And if you all look to USA Today next Thursday, when our Never Been Told Lost Histories of People of Color project launches, you will see what I've been working on and what's been consuming me for the past several weeks and months here. Our first story will be on a gentleman whose name you may not know, Jimmy Lee Jackson. He was, like George Floyd, a catalyst for something, only it was 1965, and his death in Marion, Alabama led to the signing of the Voting Rights Act. So we went back and sent a reporter to Marion, Alabama to look into all these lost details, unredacted FBI files, things in the archive that hadn't been pulled out, talking to family members who hadn't been heard from. So we will debut our year-long project looking at this story and other stories next Thursday. So I hope that you guys can find that on USA Today and let me know what you think of it, whether we on the right track or not. And again, thank you so much for allowing me to share. I guess I can start and just let you know what I do now. And I thought I would talk a little bit about how I became a writer. And I've got to say that I'm in need of a little encouragement today. We've all had a hard year, haven't we? Yeah, we have COVID, we're in the house. We've lost family members and friends. I lost a dear high school friend in April, and my aunt to breast cancer in April as well, and was not able to get back for funerals. And then we're missing the happy events too. Just yesterday, I was watching my niece graduate from Indiana University and watching it streaming online instead of being there able to celebrate with her. Luckily got that second jab. So, there's light at the end of the tunnel, but I'm hoping that in speaking to you guys and maybe giving you a little bit of encouragement from my journey, you guys can encourage me in return, because I think we all need that. I'll just start by talking about how I became a writer. Nothing special. I'm not one of those gung-ho journalism types whose fathers were journalists and used a chisel and stone to hammer out things for the square in Rome or what have you. I'm just a girl from Gary, Indiana, and nothing in my background really predisposes me to become a writer or a journalist. My family came to Gary the way that so many Black families came to Gary. They fled the Deep South as descendants of enslaved people. And my grandfather, for one, left Macomb, Mississippi, one step ahead of a lynching. And the job that he was looking for in the steel mill was not available in Youngstown, but it was available in Gary. So that is how my father's family came up. My mother's family is from Opelika, Alabama area. And similarly, they were moving north in the middle of the last century to find some freedom for themselves and find some new lives for themselves. And in doing so, many of us were able to go to college. Growing up in Gary, I was lucky to have parents who were college educated and very much motivated by the Black Power movement and everything that was going on in the 60s to ensure that my brother and I had the best education possible. And writing was always my thing. I just always instinctively understood how to put words together and was much better at putting those words together than I was at putting numbers together. But it took me a while to step into my actual purpose. I was one who, because I was one of the smart kids in school, they thought, yeah, be an engineer, be a doctor, be a lawyer, do all these things. And nobody really said journalist except for one of the men around the corner who happened to be Harry Porterfield, who worked at that time at Channel 7 in Chicago. So he was our living, breathing broadcast journalist example, whose example I turned to when, after going to Purdue University and it being revealed to me very clearly that I should not in any way become an engineer. No, indeed. If you thought levees broke in New Orleans, that was minimal compared to the damage that I would have done if someone had allowed me to enter their engineering firm. So yes, fled to Indiana University and graduated in December of '89 with a degree in journalism and music, where I belonged. Most of my early time as a journalist was spent doing support things in the newsroom, like copy editing, wire editing, and I dabbled in some writing, mostly on a dare, I think, because newsrooms then, as they are now, are predominantly white. there is philosophy that perhaps Black girls from Gary, areas like that, that happen to be murder capitals and rife with all sorts of the urban ills that we've seen in the news. There's an idea that maybe we aren't the best at articulating our stories. Maybe we can't hack it. So whenever I had a writing assignment, whether it was splitting time with the courts reporter and the cops reporter just to try out their beats, I was on a mission to prove that Black girls do write, and that I in particular could definitely write. When I turned in 1A stories out of things that the usual reporters would have forgotten about. My first professional story was my first professional interview really was interviewing MC Hammer back in 1992, if anybody remembers. And it was the height of the parachute pants phase. He was everything. And he came to Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I was like, I'm getting this interview, and I don't care what the lead music reporter is. The music reporter is like, you can't get this interview. I'm like, watch me get this interview. And I went to the concert and I sat there all night long till about 5 o'clock in the morning until this man finally had some time to talk to me. I had exactly one question, but I asked him and he said, well, is that your only question? I'm like, yeah, that's the only question I need. I've seen everything else. So I went back and proved that I could get that interview. Fast forwarding then a few years later, once I kind of basked in the accomplishments I was able to do at Fort Wayne at age 23, I moved on to Dayton, to the Dayton Daily News. And I think that I can fairly say that this is when I really began to understand the power of words. As an editor there, I looked with interest as friends and colleagues went to the Million Man March in 1995 and how powerfully they wrote about it and what they seemed to bring out of it for themselves. So when it came to the Million Woman March, October 25th, 1997, I decided that I was going to go to this march and I was going to write about this march. And even though no one in the newsroom, particularly our very heavily white male editing crew, no one really understood the purpose of it, why it was necessary. And I remember the executive editor asking, well, why is Nichelle going to this? And one of my white male allies said, well, she's the one who knows the most about it. She came to us and made a plan. So, she's getting on a bus and going up 12 hours with the women from Dayton to Philadelphia to report on this. So that was lesson number one for me, that if you know more about it than anybody else, then they have to let you go, right? Proceeding until apprehended with that one. So I get on the bus and there are all these Black women, young women, old women, all walks of life. And they look at me and they're hesitating. They kind of have an eyebrow up because I represent the mainstream media, which does not ordinarily represent the concerns of Black girls and women. But as we began to talk and as they began to understand me as a Black woman like them from an area that wasn't all that different from Dayton, Ohio, they began to open up and I began to understand how me sharing my little bits of my story can encourage other people to share theirs. And slowly they began to tell me things that would be useful for me to use to articulate where they were coming from through mainstream media and to tell their stories. I will never forget one woman who told me, this was back when there was lots more talk about HIV and AIDS than there is now. And her son had died. And as a mother, she had done everything that she could to help him and to guide him on the right path. And when he strayed, to love him and to get him back on. So when he contracted HIV and then ultimately AIDS and died, she felt that deeply in her heart that she had failed as a mother. And as she's reciting the story to me, she begins to cry a little bit. And it makes me tear up a little bit to go back. I hadn't thought about that for years and years until I thought about what to say to you today. And she's tearing up a little bit and she says, I need to go to this march because I need to bury my son. And just the power of that statement, in knowing that it was a simple question, one Black woman to another, not even a reporter to a person, but one Black woman to another asking that was enough to draw this information out of her, something that's so deeply personal and hurtful to her draw that out, and that she was willing to share with me so that I could share with other people. I began to understand the power of writing and the power that I had in a position, no matter how small, to be able to communicate. So I say that with the Million Woman March, that is when I became a writer, because no matter what else I wrote in that very long, like 2-day period, 2.1 million women from all over the nation, all over the world really, who gathered in Philadelphia. Of everything that I wrote, and no matter whether it went to 1A or not, at one point I was standing, my computer equipment had failed, so I'm standing in the middle of the Philadelphia Inquirer newsroom, literally dictating my story into the phone, like you see in the old movies. I literally did that because I couldn't file it the way that I should on my computer, and I felt that power and the ability to maybe change some people's minds through the words. So I took that with me. Everything that I got, I can see clearly now, 30 years later, after I began this profession in 1990, I can see how everything that seemed maybe not to be as significant and maybe not to be as much of a point then. I mean, it was just one story, it was just one event, but everything I've been able to bring with me is what I can channel into projects like the one that we're getting ready to launch on Thursday. I want to tell you just a little bit about what happened after Million Woman March. I eventually decided that I needed to move the words into another atmosphere, so I came out to DC in late 1999 to work for Black Entertainment Television, and subsequently I also worked for the Smithsonian as a PR specialist. And working at these very high profile places, it gave me an opportunity to write, but it also gave me an opportunity to once again experience people from highest to lowest, I say. There was not MC Hammer, but there was better than MC Hammer at BET. I met Al Jarreau, who kissed me on the cheek upon finding out that he and I shared a birthday. And I was able to absorb how excited he was about releasing an album after what had been some years on hiatus, and when he thought that perhaps he wasn't going to be able to continue on as a jazz and R&B artist. Miriam Makeba, oh my goodness, meeting the woman married to Stokely Carmichael, a civil rights figure in her own right in terms of South African apartheid. And just the many, many people that you can imagine come in the door, every day at BET. We were like, oh, okay, Denzel's here again, whatever. It just got to that point. But I say that not to name drop as much as to say that in meeting these people of such names, I began to understand what was common to all of us. They too had stories, and complicated stories. I mean, Miriam Makeba's story, I was awestruck when I met her and got her autograph, but she had quite a story of just the hardship of trying to be an artist in South Africa and being in exile and married to Stokely Carmichael and literally not knowing what was going to happen to them after that. So I learned that they are people, and that it's just a matter of sitting. And if you are honest and genuine, you allow them to be honest and genuine, and perhaps break through some of the facades that famous people need to put up in order to protect themselves. So I brought that knowledge into me. When I say from highest to lowest, maybe I shouldn't characterize it as lowest, but when I got to the Smithsonian and was in charge of a particular exhibit on Langston Hughes, they had not done anything to bring in Black audiences at the National Postal Museum. So I saw an opportunity to do that. One of the people who came was Langston Hughes's teacher from one of the schools around DC. And this is a person, this is not Miriam Makeba, but this is somebody very significant that you should know, that is living, breathing, walking in this museum. It has taken the bus over to the museum just to absorb what we had on Langston Hughes. So I've been blessed in such a way to meet all these people from all these walks of life. The Columbine children came by, those who had survived the incident came to the Smithsonian Postal Museum one day when I was working, and I was thrilled at being able to see their story, how their story was one of survival. And so too are some of the stories that I encountered. Now fast forward to how I even ended up being at USA Today in the first place, because it wasn't planned. And I would not have applied for a job if it had said, be features editor at USA Today. It was just nothing. I never wanted to go back to newspapers after Dayton. And when I was laid off from the Smithsonian, I figured, well, I'll just go over and work with a friend of mine over at Gannett and USA Today and do a couple months and wait it out. And that was 18 years ago. They kept giving me things to do and kept giving me interesting stories and assignments. I was promoted to features editor. And again, I'm thinking, well, you know, this is the gig for me. This is all I wanted to do. Be features editor. We're going to talk about good food to eat. We're going to talk about the latest shoes and the colors that are out. And that's going to be it. But there were other plans for what I needed to do. A very good friend came to me and said, you know, me and a videographer want to do this Black History section, but we don't have an editor. Nobody really wants to do it. Do you want to be our editor on a project? And I said, sure. And that project in 2006 was called Messages in the Music, where we did an 8-part series with some other reporters. So that launched me on the path to where I am now. That turned itself into a massive Civil Rights in America project in 2010, where I was asked to take everything that I had learned at all these various places and channel them into how USA Today is going to do projects. And that was 2010. I've done several other projects since then. The one that you all may have heard of, I'm sure you've heard of the New York Times' 1619 project. We too had a project. I led USA Today's 1619 project. And in so doing, got to go to Angola to cover the story. We were there to talk about one woman, Wanda Tucker, whose family, she says, descends from 2 of the initial 20 and odd enslaved people on that first ship to Virginia. My charge, I had become fascinated with another story. I've been talking to lots of people who were able to articulate for me how they could, you know, what their story was. And here was a woman, Angela Jamestown, who could not articulate her story. Who the last anybody had heard or seen of her was in 1625. So when I went to Africa, I was assisting a living woman to tell her story and also assisting an ancestor to tell her story. And that was some of the best work and most fulfilling work that I've ever done, some of the hardest work I've ever done, and for me, some of the most personal work to tell this enslaved woman's story. It took everything within me to sit and be able to write that and give voice to somebody who couldn't speak and to inhabit her experience as an enslaved woman and as somebody who would come through the Middle Passage for weeks and weeks. The ship is pirated. Now she's in a place that she hasn't the slightest idea how far she is from home and speaking a completely different language, completely different structure. 2 years later, I'm still taking the information that I gathered there and how we put the stories together and channeling that into telling the stories of more ancestors and telling the more stories of lost histories. So that brings me to the evolution of 1619, evolving me into a better writer, a better journalist, and I like to think a better person as well, and helping me, assisting me, showing me, as the ancestors do daily, how to continue to tell these stories and giving me a mission that's very different from anything that I thought that I would start out with. So if there's anything that I would hope as a takeaway that I can share with you is you never know what you're going to need and where the lessons are coming from and what the lesson is. But I've come to see that they are revealed to you over time and in ways that you don't expect. And I just like to encourage everybody to ponder all the ways in which things that have happened to you, a lot of things for the negative, you can draw on later on and look back on and say, well, I see that I had to learn that in order to be where I am now and to be doing what I am now.
Thank you, Nichelle, so much. I love every time you come on the show, every time you show up.
You give us the serious tone that we're always missing.
We're always missing it, and it's so wonderful because it's wonderful. Thank you so much. And hopefully Nichelle will be sticking around and taking some comments and questions in the chat.
By like 5 minutes.
And so we're gonna just go ahead and have.
Sure.
Wait, hold on. Before we do this.
Well, no.
You said you needed encouragement, and I just wanted to say that
Everyone
Tracee G has said thank you. Everyone has said thank you so much for telling stories that would have otherwise been lost to history. So I want you to know it was very impactful.
Yes. So we thank you for writing.
Thank you.
And showing up. Thank you.
Did anyone have any questions that are really brief?
Or you could just have them in the chat because we do.
What was the question for MC Hammer? What was the one question?
So there was a question about MC. If I remember, boy, he's doing like command strip commercials now.
Well, you said you only had one question for him. What was
What
the
did you ask him?
Question was, oh my goodness, my question was something corny because I was so young and I didn't have the sort of mentoring that I can give to other people now. And there were maybe 7 of us. There were 2 newsrooms in
You had to start somewhere though.
Yeah. So my corny question was, what would you say to the youth of Fort Wayne in terms of stopping the violence or something like, I think I had written something about
that wasn't corny. I thought you were going to say like, what's your favorite color? Like you waited 5 hours for that. That's amazing.
So that was my one question. And well, I got to absorb what was going on backstage too, because I think it was him and In Vogue and somebody else that I don't remember. Was they were doing the show together and he was the headliner. So I kind of got a peek at what went on behind the scenes because he was there obsessively watching the show that he'd just done, looking for any errors he might have made or things that technical things that you and I wouldn't see, but they would they could correct for the next time. And they had, all kinds of Chinese food was out. And so I got back there, I got a shirt and all kinds of other stuff. And I asked my one question. And just it was a lesson in perseverance because he had the so-called security squad around him, some folks that kind of kept, the little people,
right,
like, especially the press.
Well, you're not little people now. You are inspirational and we just find you absolutely spectacular. Thank you for sharing your time with us.
Thank you so much for
Nichelle,
coming up.
Keep your eye on the chat because people are going to ask you their questions.
Okay.
Okay. And we're going to move on.
Okay, sure.
Thank you so much. And we're going to move on.
Sure, I can hang out for a little while.
Tracee Garner.
How did I know you were going to say that? My gosh, what can possibly come after Miss Smith? I do not know. I just knew it. They're going to say Tracee. I forgot the order, so I wasn't sure. But greetings and good afternoon, everyone, wherever you are. I hope that you are blessed and doing well. My name is Tracee Lydia Garner. I'm an author of 14 novels and a couple of self-help books, inspirational. I'm in the DC area. Nichelle, we have to have lunch or something or get together. I'm in the Virginia side, just outside of DC, about 45 minutes, but I am the encourager. Isn't that so odd? I'm like chief encouragement officer over here. So I am going to bring some things for you to think about. 5 things I have, and I talk fast and I usually talk brief. So I know we're over time. So I just want to but really Nichelle has already just laid the foundation and we just need to let it dry, really, honestly. So my thing is about what is your belief system? What are you doing with your craft and your writing and how is that? I'm going to pick on the ladies in just a minute, but they said my book, you haven't received my book, that's because nobody will never read it. Why would you ever say that? I've heard a lot of negative self-talk about these manuscripts, and I'm like, no. What is wrong with you? I'm gonna slap your hand and get my ruler out. So that cannot do. I want to know what everyone is doing in the chat to really set your morning, set your days. You are writers. You birth words and you say things, and those words have power. How dare you say nobody's going to read it, or it's not any good, or I wrote a little book and it's not, it's just here. Do you want to read it? Okay. That doesn't work. That does not work. These words have life. the words that you say. I look at my ideas every day like children. I want to encourage them. I want them to grow up and get really sustaining and gainful jobs. And I want them to be good. But if I tell them every day, you're not that good, you're nothing, you don't even sound right, what does that do to the person? It makes them feel bad. They don't even want to hang out with you anymore. And you have to be careful because you can go through an idea drought. I don't know if anybody's had some writer's block or things not visiting them. Were you nice to them? Were you kind to your ideas? Did you take them and let them grow? They aren't that great. Let's be honest, maybe at the beginning, but they need water, they need sunshine, they need food and nutrients. And every day, that idea that you had for a novel, that idea you had for a manuscript needs to be able to grow and fester and grow. So I need you to say daily affirmations every single day about how your day is going to go, about how much writing you're going to get done. Open those manuscripts every single day. I don't care if they just sit there among the other 4 million tabs that you have open. That's really slowing your computer down and limiting your ability to be great. But open another tab with that manuscript so that it can beckon you and that it can call to you. And maybe you'll write a sentence, and before you know it, you've written 10 sentences, and you've written, an entire page, another 1,000 words, Monday through Friday, every single day. So daily affirm that this is going to be great, that it has life, and that it is going to live and be wonderful and bless others. Next is let your mind be. Stop limiting yourself, talking down to your mind. Why did you think of that? Where did that come from? Oh, girl, you tripping today. That does not work. Those things are negative and they're self-sabotaging, and they just don't make you feel good about yourself. We're creators. We are helping people understand and be enlightened, and also learn and educate them through our words. What are you doing daily? You can tell a lot about a person about what they do daily. People call me and ask me, what are you doing? What's going on? I'm like, I'm working on my book again. I'm like, yes, well, I want to write a book. Well, you can't write it talking to me. So why don't we hang up the phone and you can go and write your book? You need to see what you're doing daily. Are you moving forward? Are you getting to your goal? What are the goals? Did you even write those down? I have written 14 books. Yes, in 20 years, I'm not even exactly where I want to be, but I'm so much further than where I have come and where I started. Every time I start a new book, I'm like, how am I possibly going to do this? 350 pages, about 100 to 102,000 words, almost a 400-page manuscript. I look at my old books and I'm like, girl, this is pretty good. Who wrote this? Because I can't even believe sometimes that I was able to do that and able to do it multiple times. So is it important to you? Are you working on it daily? Are you making a little bit of progress? Books do not write themselves, and they are not done after 1 week. It takes years. How many years have you been working on your own projects and trying to see them to fruition? So keep going and look at what you're doing daily. Nichelle talked about adversity. Adversity isn't something you should waste time asking, why did this happen to me? I have muscular dystrophy, which is a degenerative muscular disease that I was diagnosed at age 2. And I got my first wheelchair at age 6 in elementary school. I can't tell that because I'm on Zoom. I look like I'm in a regular, nice office chair. I'm in a $13,000 wheelchair, actually. And I have always been able to overcome my adversity, my setbacks. I've been bullied. I take all of those mean people, all of those horrible bosses, and they become the villains in my story. And they don't even know it. I'm writing about how mean you were to me. I'm making my story come alive even greater. Thank you for being mean to me. Thank you for being so horrible. I'm still at the same job where other bosses have been fired, and I continue to thrive and keep going. And they end up in my books with changed names because they are completely guilty of the adversity they have handed to me. They just don't know it. So turn your adversity into something. You are uniquely qualified to have empathy for people and to share your emotions and to understand what people are going through. We're all in a pandemic. We've all witnessed death. If you've lost a parent, you're qualified to tell someone else how to get through it. And you're also qualified to write a poem about it, to write something about it, and to share with other people that I've been through this too. When you go through things, sometimes you think you're the only person that's ever experienced divorce or someone dying or losing a loved one. You're not the first, and you certainly won't be the last. Channel that into your writing, make your writing much more deeper, much more empathetic. And then that's what makes stories come alive. And it's the ability to resonate with other readers, that deep emotional thing that you have. Lastly, honor your God-given talents. If you do not honor those, you will die with them inside. And that is just so tragic. You cannot leave this earth. You hear about people who wanted to write a book, and I'm just thinking, oh my God, why didn't they just write me? I would have helped them. I am a book coach. I have had 9 people that I've helped publish their books and see them on through. I had one author who is my greatest success story. I admit she would have been successful had she not stopped by my little classroom, but she has written 25 books in 5 years. One of my greatest success stories. I'm so proud of her, but she's also in the military, which I think had something to do with it. She's retired now, but I take my little credit and use it in my marketing materials. Nobody has to really know. So honor your God-given talents and don't let them die inside you, being unrealized and untouched. You are here right now. You are breathing and living. You survived the pandemic. What a blessing. So use all of that breath that you have to get your projects done and to realize your hopes and dreams for your writing and to keep going. Thanks so much. That's my time.
Tracee, what? You're always so amazing. Thank you.
Okay, Nichelle is clapping, so I feel like you encouraged her when she asked to be encouraged.
So there we are. We're encouraged today.
Job done, and
That's what I needed. That's what I needed, Tracee. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Tracee, you also have an event that you put together, right?
I do. I have a writers conference every year. It has been live. Yes, last year, yesterday, not. Last year we went virtual. It'll be in August. And I'm going to be doing a series of workshops, and I invite panelists, and I'm also inviting the ladies of And I Thought, and they will be doing a workshop soon. I'll have more details about it soon. You can look on my website at traceegarner.com, which I'll put in the chat.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to accept that with no negative speech.
No, I have to say. I was going to say thank you so much, and we're moving on to the next person. Winona.
Pat Nope.
Not
even gonna do it. Pat V.
Yep, because I knew I was gonna mess up your last name, and I'm not gonna do it to you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here today. Tracee, that was really inspirational and really great advice. I want to segue off that because I'm supposed to talk about revision. And the thing about revision is a completely different mental process than creative writing is. Revision is all about making judgments about what you wrote and figuring out how to improve it and figuring out what to leave in and what to cut and all kinds of stuff like that. It's kind of like having that mean 9th grade grammar teacher on your shoulder. And as you're typing, they're going, no, you shouldn't say that. You say it this way, you know? It's really important, I think, for us to separate our writing into phases. And when we're writing a draft, like Tracee says, you got to keep writing it, keep writing that draft and don't worry about making changes and don't worry about revising it. You can do that later on. I think probably the best writing advice I ever got was from someone who was quoting Anne Lamott, and forgive my language, but she said, you have to give yourself permission to write a shitty first draft because everybody has enough talent to write a shitty first draft. Right? We can all do that. I could sit down now and just start writing a shitty first draft and it would be awful, but it would be a first draft. And then I would be able to revise it into something that wouldn't be quite so bad. Okay, but you have to give yourself that permission not to be perfect right from the start. I tend to be a perfectionist. I was raised by a perfectionist, and so I have that in me, and I'm always fighting with that, because to me that's what tangles you up and makes you not write well. So for me, it's really, really super important to just go with it. Keep writing every day. Just take out that manuscript and keep on working it, and keep going until you write those words the end for the first time. Okay, I mean, make sure you get all the way through. If it's a novel or a short story or an article or anything you're writing, a poem, whatever, get from the beginning all the way through to the end. And then once you're done, then you can start doing the revision process. But first, you've got to get all those words and ideas out on the page. We don't know where these ideas come from. We don't know where these characters come from. It's like they're this gift that we get in our heads. Um, Lots of times I'll be doing something like cleaning or something awful like that, and a character will just come visit me and just will start talking to each other, and we'll just start being together for a while. I love it when that happens, and I'm not going to say, wait a minute, I can't do that. You can't say that way. We can't say things that, we have to say it this way. That wouldn't be right. So the main thing is to just keep on, keep on, keep on going. Um, Nichelle's got a really good comment here to get to a point in the research where you stop and just write the damn thing. The darn thing. That's where I am right now. I am fussing between research and writing, and I have to get my butt in the chair and just do the writing. But after you get it written, then you can sit down and really look at it. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on what to look for or all that, but I just want to say, do it in multiple passes. I know sometimes if we've been struggling with a piece of writing, we're so glad to get to the end that we kind of don't want to go back and deal with it again. Sometimes we may not like it anymore and it's not as much fun anymore, but you really have to go back, and you need to go back maybe 3 or 4 times, however many times it takes. You first look at the big picture stuff, and then later on, you go down into the nitty gritty stuff and you worry about the words and the punctuation, all that editorial stuff. But first, you look at the big picture. How do you know when that point is? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. I would keep revising until I had a deadline, and then once I have a deadline, I have to submit something. Then off it goes. But I'm a real nitpicky reviser, so I can just keep on going and keep on going. But the main point is look at the big picture first. Look at your overall structure. Look at the major points of the story. Make sure your plot doesn't have any big holes in it. Make sure your characters grow and develop as the story moves on. Make sure you make it easy for us to picture the action and the setting, and then after you do the big stuff, then you can go down and look at that small stuff that tends to be what's bugging us all the time anyway. So that's really all I have to say. Just make sure you're okay with not being perfect, and let yourself just go and keep writing and let that story take over for you, and let the pressure of that story come through every day. So you just have to sit down and get it written, and that'll make you so much happier when you sit down to revise, once you have that big chunk of manuscript in your hands. And I always recommend printing it out, because until you print it out, you see those papers and you'll hold that thick stack of writing. It feels so good to do that. Even if you know that it's your shitty first draft, you still got that big thing of writing, and then you can really work on it. So that's my advice, and thank you very much.
Okay, so this actually gives us an opportunity to ask questions of all 3 panelists together, because there was so much good information at one time.
Yes.
We now have time to kind of break that down. No
Anyone?
questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Nichelle, I asked that question about the research. So when do you know when you can stop researching and you can start writing? Because you would know, you're a journalist.
Yeah, for me, it's when I just start to spin kind of uncontrollably, because sometimes the stories that I write, if I've got a deadline, 2 days or a week or something like that, then it's finite. And basically I say, okay, if I turn it in, if it's Monday and I need to turn it in Friday, then by Wednesday, I need to stop with the research and just write it so that it can go through the editing process. So that's when it gets easy. It's more challenging when it's something like an investigation or an enterprise story, because you can just infinitely research. A subject like Angela of Jamestown, I could still be researching now because there are all kinds of scholarly works to read and books that I read, and you know, going to Africa for 10 days was one thing, but I could easily have been there with the crew another 10 days, just looking into that one story, let alone Wanda Tucker's. So there comes to be a point where this absorb so much like a sponge that you can no longer figure out, and maybe your writer can no longer figure out what we were here to do to begin with. And it's like, just write the darn thing already. Just get it out of you, and then you can breathe and get some sleep, get some food, and then come back and figure out of all the things that you've absorbed, and then generate it back out. What's the most important, and rediscover sort of what we're trying to do.
We do have a question for all the panelists. It is, I'm sorry, you know, like
do you
the
set deadlines for yourself? Instead of having just the hard deadlines, do you set deadlines for yourself? I can answer that question. I'm not a panelist, but yes. And then do I go past those deadlines? Yes.
Yeah, so you might want to actually get another person to answer this question.
You have a question for Nichelle mostly. Like when you, like the stories that you have, like you just said, you could just keep going. Do you finally just remind yourself, I'm here to write this story, but I can take all these others and I can put them in my little to get back to pile to write later?
Yeah, yes, all the time. I have napkins and paper and, you know, watercolor paper, whatever, that I have just tons and tons, and I just kind of literally throw them into a file, or just like type them someplace. I know I'm going to be doing a Black History Month special edition next year, because I've done one every year for the past 10 years. So some of them go into that file, some of them are just random. People ping me all day long with, hey, here's an idea with a new project. So it's always constantly squirreling away. In terms of writing, we're kind of going through that now. And I'd say it would depend on the type of writing that you're doing. If you're doing an investigation and you must prove a particular point, like right now we're proving a particular point, how Jimmy Lee Jackson lived and died. You sort of keep going until you have answered that particular question that you need. So there's some other investigations going on where they're literally taking a year or 2 years to sort out, because here's the question and you need to find that very specific answer. So you keep going until you figured out how to answer it, or the best answer that you're going to get, leaving no stone unturned. Now with enterprise stories, and for me, that's just sort of off the top of your head sorts of things. You go until the deadline tells you not to. You go until you're satisfied that you've given enough information on your particular angle for present. I wrote a story about blackface a few years ago when Governor Northam in Virginia, and you know, there were all sorts of discoveries that people had been in blackface in the past. So I was like, what is it with blackface? You know, why do people feel that they need to do this to begin with? So once I had somebody of the 6 or 7 historians that I talked to, once I had somebody say, well, they do it because X, Y, Z, then that's not the full answer, but that's an answer for an enterprise story that I'm going to need to turn in the next couple of days. So you kind of depend. Do you need all the answers, and maybe that's a 2-year investigation, or do you need some answers and then you can come back to some points and maybe that's a story now, and you figure out how to turn it into a story, you know, a year from now.
Thank you so much, y'all. There are some more questions in the chat.
Before we move on, Pat, what's the title of your next book, of your new book?
My new book is called Eve's Daughters.
And where do we get it?
You can get it from bookshop.org. You can get it from Amazon. It's in print and digital. And if you want a signed copy, you can send me a message and I'll get you a signed copy.
Fabulous. Awesome. Thank you so much. And we are going to move on
to our only Tom sensitive one.
Yeah,
so,
Shawn. But first, y'all also check out the people in the chat. Please give them some answers. They really did ask some really great questions in the chat. Thank you. Panelists.
Right. Shawn from Level Books.
Hi, sorry.
Yeah, hi.
I'm Shawn from Level Best Books. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming today. We really appreciate it.
Can you tell us a bit about how Level Best Books got started?
Yes. It was founded back in 2003 or 4, but me and my partners took it over about 5 years ago. And it was originally brought about to do just one anthology a year, the best New England crime stories. And they, just took crime stories from people that lived in New England, basically, or actually at the time it was only people that lived in New England. When we took it over, we're all from DC, the DC area. So we said everyone can be in this book as long as they write a story about New England. So we took it over and then we just sort of grew it from there. We did different anthologies and we also now publish novels. So that's how it sort of came. It's just exploded recently. So.
Nice. So I'm going to ask the question that's in the chat right now is how do you know when a book is ready to publish? Sure, hold on or go. Okay, so someone just added another question.
So that's great. So how do you know when a book is ready to be published or go to a publisher?
There we go.
You're asking me or everyone?
You. Because you're part of the publishing place of Level Books.
Yes, as a writer, well, I've also published. I'm also a published author myself. I had 7 books of my published before I started doing this. So I also am a writer too. So for me, coming from the writing side, I think you have a first draft, and then you have to revise and revise and revise and revise, and then have someone read it, and then revise again after they've given you some feedback. From the publishing side, as an editor, I work with tons of authors every single year. And I think we go through different stages at the company where we do a developmental edit. And then we kind of give them big idea, big picture ideas like, what is this character doing? It kind of sags in the middle. Maybe we could speed this scene up or, different big picture sort of things. And then we give it back to them and they have about 6 weeks to revise and send it back. And this is after they've done all their revising on their own before they send it to us. And then we get it back and then we go through another editorial phase and give them even more ideas. Sometimes it's tight enough at that point that we're just doing, technical things, making sure that everything's correct grammatically and all that. And then after that, they get it back one more time for a proofread because you will miss those typos. They just hang on for dear life. There's just people, I read a book, I'm like, I can't believe this typo made it through all these edits and all these people reading it. But that's when I feel like it's ready after it's been through all of those phases. And so it's a long process, relatively speaking.
Wait, how do you do both? Because you write books and then you also do editing for publishing books. Do you have to switch your mind around to do this?
Yes. People wonder, why am I insane or not? And I also, on top of that, I put together a large mystery event every year. So I have 3 jobs really. But yeah, you do have to, I kind of do switch it off. And sometimes it's hard for me to read just published books that I haven't worked on because I'm always thinking as an editor, like, well, I would have probably said that differently or moved the scene around or whatever. But I do compartmentalize. I get up early in the morning and I write, and then I work on editing during the day when it's a little noisier in the world. And then that's how I sort of keep it separate, just, but it is, you have to switch your brain off to do different things.
All right. And Tanya wants us to tell us about the mystery event.
Yes. Thank you.
Blah, blah, blah.
Can you tell us about the mystery event?
Yes. I've been on the board of Malice Domestic for a really long time, about 20 years. And it's a convention that happens in the DC area every spring. And we celebrate the traditional mystery and we give out the Agatha Christie Award. So people come to, it's a fan event. So people come and listen to their favorite authors talk about their books. And we get about 600-700 people every spring that come. And this year it's virtual because it would have happened a couple weekends ago where it's still too early to gather that many people. But we'll be back next year. But we're doing a virtual version of it in July called More Than Malice, and it's going to be online, so everybody can come. It'll be fun. That's the one nice thing about the virtual world is we're getting people that normally couldn't make it to our event that are willing to come to a virtual version of it. So some thriller writers that never have come are coming, and so it's very exciting. It's been a lot of fun I've gotten to know so many people through the working on the convention because they come through and I've gotten to meet, my heroes basically, which is great. So I highly recommend getting involved and like you guys do, getting involved and getting to know other creatives and, getting yourself out there. It's very rewarding. And it's also inspiring to be around other people that are creative, I think.
So we did have a question like way earlier for like all the panelists, but I'm going to ask you since you are a writer and a publisher. do you set deadlines for yourself? And then if you do, how do you keep them?
This is my favorite part of my life. I'm like, how many deadlines can one person manage in 1 week? I don't, because I do try to set a pretty high standard for myself. And then I just, I'll see a deadline just whiz by, one of my own, and I'm like, okay, great. I didn't make that one, but I really do try it. I do try to stick to them, but it can be very stressful. Deadlines are hard. I find them very hard. And I do have a procrastination nature, I think. And it's very easy to be distracted and sort of put something off. It's like, oh, I can get to that next week. And it's kind of like, I probably should just do that now. I have the time to do it now. So I have to like retrain my brain into getting stuff done now instead of thinking, oh, I'm going to have plenty of time. So yeah, deadlines are, it's a love and hate relationship I have with them every week. So it's tough.
I think we all have I don't know. I can't speak for all people, but I have a love-hate relationship with them. Also,
they help me structure my life. But I really wanted to ask, what type of books does Level Books look for, and where can people submit, that sort of thing? And then it's open to everyone after that.
Okay. We are mostly crime fiction, so mysteries, thrillers, mystery series, that kind of thing. We come from the mystery world, of course, so that's sort of like our genre, but we are branching out to some nonfiction works, and they have been revolving around mysteries, like people that have written mysteries and things like that. So some nonfiction. I just signed an agent I work with brought me in a cookbook. And I used to be a chef, so I have a huge love of food and cooking and people that write cookbooks. So I said, well, I went to my partner and said, let's do a cookbook? And they're like, okay, cookbook. So that just to show you that we're open to ideas, and nothing seems, if it's, totally off the wall, of course, probably not. But, if we like the idea, we can do it, which is the nice thing about a small business. We can make those decisions and, do what we want to do. But on our website, if you go to levelbestbooks.us, it's not .com, it's .us, there is a submission form, and just you can see all the authors that we've currently are working with and what kind of books they write, but you can submit through that form anything you want us to take a look at.
Oh, wait, so we can submit a cocktail poetry book again. Anyway, no. Okay.
All right, so anyone else have some questions?
I was just going to offer that, I think that deadlines, are difficult, but they're so important. I mean, I don't necessarily have deadlines as an indie author, but I do have the number of books that I want to get done in a year. So I think that, but you can have the liberty to move them, but that's also kind of against us, because that's one of the reasons sometimes indie authors still aren't taken seriously, because they think we just write whenever we want to and go around moving all of our deadlines. So, it's important that you do at least set up something. I try to do my goals for the year at the beginning of the year, that, that the year isn't over. I wanted to get a book out this spring, but it just didn't happen. COVID has been so unmotivating, and you have to give yourself a pause and give yourself some grace. But sometimes you can give yourself too much grace. I'm just going to be real, because people are like, give yourself grace, forgive yourself. And I'm like, no, you forgive yourself too much and it's taken too long. So you have to kind of find a balance, I think.
That's a very good point. And I love the way that you just said that, because that makes me, that's a perfect way of looking at it. And the other thing about it is, once you do get through that deadline, the feeling of relief and satisfaction is so worth it. So it's kind of like pushing yourself to get through that. That is just like, I accomplished something today. I'm so proud of myself. So that there's a benefit to the deadline for that reason too, mentally, I think. Achievement.
Thank you.
I would like to comment.
Yes.
I would like to comment that I think one issue that I have with deadlines is that I'm on deadline all the time. Everybody else and everything else is always another deadline. So for me, it's like, oh my God, and then I have to set another deadline for myself. So sometimes that can be a little challenging to want to do that. I think with me, it's the urgency of the stories, and the one thing that I do carry over from the daily journalism is sort of the urgency of the story. I know that if I don't get everything down about a particular story, Angola, then that'll be lost to memory, and you want all of those details. So you have to give yourself, okay, I'm going to write it in, and I have to do like, it's in this notebook with this particular pen, And this is when I'm going to sit down and do it. I get kind of, these are my favorites, and I have a box of them. I get kind of obsessive about black pens, and it can't be blue. I absolutely cannot write with blue, and there are different things that I get a little obsessed about. But just kind of getting quiet and letting the story say, I need to be told now. That's how they hit me. It's like, you need to tell my story now today. And then just making myself do that one more deadline. And maybe it's a half an hour on a Saturday morning, as opposed to just a continual crunch of something that has to be done for work.
Wow. I am loving getting the viewpoint
of a journalist.
From a journalist. I feel like I need to be more responsible.
I know, right? I feel like maybe I need to really start calendaring well.
It's like a journalist, a publisher, and an indie author. This is just
and
great.
A writing coach, right?
And a writing coach, yeah.
Wonderful. Wow. All right. So yeah.
I have one more quick question for
Absolutely.
Shawn. It kind of piggybacks on that. You are a publisher, but as an author, my stories sometimes talk to me at inopportune times. You know, I'm in the middle of this very specific project, but this one is talking to me. How do you deal with that when you have a deadline that you're working on that isn't your particular story, but your characters are saying, yeah, but this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's, I have a thing on my computer that every single morning it says balance in all things. And it just reminds me, you need to have balance in all things. And sometimes I think, as Nichelle was just saying, the deadlines of other people can crush you and, give you a sense of urgency that maybe I'll put that off to the side. I'll put my own thing off because I'm the one that has to do that. So that's only going to affect me. Everyone's going to notice if I don't get their book cover done or their book edits done. But if I don't do my writing, I'm the only one that's really going to notice that, and I can make it up tomorrow or something. So I have to really focus on balance in all things. I need to honor my time just as much as I honor everyone else's time. I just need more time. I need more time in the day. I need to wake up.
I hear you.
I get up at 5 in the morning and I start having, I don't have cocktails till like 5 in the afternoon. That's my consideration for the world. I just think I'm gonna have a cocktail at 5 and then I'll do some artwork maybe or something like that, or writing. You can write drunk and edit sober. That's also my mantra.
I love it.
Shari, you had your hand up?
It's on my desk.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Nice.
That's on my desk.
Yes, I did. I was trying to figure out how to do this. You think I'm back in the classroom? Like, look at me. No, but no. Thank you, everybody. It's been so inspiring, and thank you to I Thought ladies. I guess my question I was trying to ask. I just came kind of late, so I'm kind of like a little kind of tired right now. But what happened? You have a book of poetry. I have a lot of poetry. Do I have to have everything like just right before I try to find someone to read it, see if it had, or do I just finish the book itself and then look for a publisher or decide to publish myself? I mean, I have the poetry. I just don't have everything. I think I need help to get to that next stage of how to figure out how to section it off, how to write things in between. So that's holding me back. That's one thing that's holding me back. So I don't.
It's a shame Rose had to leave because I think she could address that best, don't you?
And valdata was an award-winning poet, so we are actually the only poets in the room right now, and I don't think you want to ask.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Oh wait, excuse me. Go for it. Go for it.
No, I said, what did you say? You said some very self-sabotaging.
Well, we're going
you
to
have published a book of poetry.
17.
So
yeah, 17. But so what my advice is sometimes it's not all together, but if you put it together, right, and then you read it, or you give it to a person that you trust to read it, they can also give you feedback on it, right? They can tell you like, okay, you need to break the poetry here. Like, this is where your section is. Okay, this is where your section is, and this is where your section is, because sometimes you just need that outside view. Like, you've been staring at your computer for like 5 years writing this poetry. You don't know where it ends and where it should begin. And then a fresh pair of eyes, someone trusted. And then, as someone said, to call Tracee, because she is a writing coach.
And what are your goals with the book? Are you trying to do a themed book of poetry, or is it just random poetry? I mean, those are the questions that you might want to ask to help you toward your goal.
It's a theme, but it's a mix of different things based on a theme. So I guess I was wondering, I have the poetry, and some of them I have to go back and edit, and some are I like the way, just the way it is, because it tells a story. But I guess, do I need to put all of it together and then have somebody look at it and say, okay, put this together, or do I just go ahead and do that myself and just say, here, this is what I want here, this is what I want here, and then I'm just
I would first I would say that you should try to group the poems into various themes, because you'll also see if you are lacking. Like if you have a theme that's on seasons and there's only 5 poems, you may need some more poems. Maybe all the sections are about 10 poems or so in length. And then you need to see how long that is and how long that's going to be, because there could be a volume 2. So sometimes people have too much in one book. So I would recommend that you group them. I started writing poetry before I wrote novels, just FYI, and I was published in my campus literary magazine. So just, a couple of poems, and I love poetry. But one thing that is hard about poetry is just, it's so subjective. So you really need to find people that are really interested in poetry to be your beta readers. And I wouldn't give them all the poems. I would give them maybe 3 to 4 and choose about 3 different people, because all of them are going to come back with different feedback. Hopefully you can take all of that feedback they give you on 3 to 4 different ones and then enhance the rest of the poems. So they're not reading, everything and then being, overly exhausted or resentful. But hopefully they would like poetry and make sure they've read other poetry, because, if they don't read poetry, they're not going to be the best people to give feedback. So I would try to group the things, try to come up with things, because that'll also help you know where you're going to market. So, if you're writing about a certain area or location, then people that live in that area, you're going to branch out, but they'll also, you'll need to do some marketing angles. Where is this going to go? Who's even interested in this? Who are the best people for this? Because what you don't want is a book of mishmash poems. Over here is about death and dying, and we're having a baby, and about birth and living. So, you want to kind of narrow down and really pick the best of the best. You don't want to put all of them in there. You want to pick the best ones. But I would go ahead, if you have, let's say 75 or 60, I would go ahead, at least send out, 5 or 6, pick 3 people that you think read poetry and that actually might have reviewed it, and look at other reviews. Have you looked at reviews of poetry and chapbooks on Amazon? What are they saying? What are the reasons that they're getting 1 star? What are the problem areas? Because that will help you find out which pitfalls that you want to avoid. And then are you going to have illustrations too? I think that would be something neat too.
Thank you so much, Tracee. Also, Shari,
thank you.
Say, stay here, because Dr. Christine Stewart just logged on, and she's a poet laureate with a lot of books.
She'll coming up later.
She's coming up after Jessica Case.
After Jessica Case, and it's Jessica Case time now. And y'all continue to look at the chat. There's some really good things going on in the chat, so please continue to look at it. Ms. Jessica Chase, please. And thank you, Shawn, for your last part. Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much for having me. Good luck to everyone.
You.
Bye.
I'm here. Hi, ladies.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I love her today. Yes, it's nice.
So good to see you guys again. So I'm Jessica Case. I'm the deputy publisher of Pegasus Books, and I am here to talk a bit about publishing. Kind of the publishing process. What happens. When I acquire a book, and kind of the full publishing process, because I think, knowing what happens down the pike kind of helps people when they're working, and kind of what, we'll be looking for and expecting here. I actually made the little PowerPoint just to kind of bullet point some things. If I'm able to share my screen, is that okay?
Yeah.
Did we say everyone can share screen? Can you share your screen? Let me ask.
Let's see. Oh, I think maybe I should put that on.
I forgot where I have to go.
Hold on.
If not, no worries. I can just talk and follow along. But
not us. No.
You can just go to participants. You should be able to click on her name and make her a host.
You see, this is what happens sometimes when you're like,
and the sad part is I already know that.
More. There you go, co-host.
All right.
Thank
All right,
you.
yeah, so I'll share my screen and then we can get started. But yeah, so to just give you a brief overview about Pegasus, we're an independent publisher. We're in our 15th year of business. I run it with my husband when our first book came off press in 2006, and we're distributed by Simon & Schuster. So yeah, it's been an interesting year with COVID, but we are doing our best. And you know, the nice thing about being independent is that we, you know, have a little bit of freedom about what we can acquire. You know, we're not owned by a larger company. That said, sometimes I wish I had, you know, HarperCollins money, then, you know, maybe a lot of my problems go away, but, you know, I think that's a lot of people. So, so yeah, so let me just fix my screen here for 1 second. Yeah, so this is just kind of an overview of the publishing process. So the submission process, and this is all done from my vantage point. And then I think, you know, we can do questions later because I'm sure there'll be some good questions. So when I am looking for things to acquire, a literary agent will query me on the manuscript and share their pitch letter. And then I'll, you know, say, yes, this sounds perfect. This sounds like just what I'm looking for. I can't wait to start reading. Or no, you know, we're not really doing much in the children's space, or we're not doing much fantasy right now. And a lot of agents, you know, they know me and maybe we've done deals together in the past, or at least they've been following what I've been acquiring. So they kind of know kind of what to pitch me on. And then if it looks like it might be a good fit, I'll ask to see the manuscript or proposal. So making an offer. If I love the manuscript or proposal, you know, that's obviously the first step. Quality and emotional connection is tantamount. You know, there can be kind of trends in publishing, like coloring books or sexy vampires, but you know, at the end of the day, you know, quality is where it is for me. And then of course, once we love the book, you know, we like the proposal and things that has some potential, you know, then we have to kind of do our financial and business considerations. Have we published similar books like this in the past? Is this something we think we can launch successfully based on our own particular strengths? You know, certain books we've tried over the years and maybe we aren't able to launch them. I don't know if it's a disconnect with our marketing or something like that, but, you know, certain genres we've just said, oh, even though we love them, you know, it's just not something we think we can be the best champion of. Other things we can do really well with. So then we kind of look at that and run some numbers and compare, you know, past history. And then also, what does the overall market look like for similar titles? Is it overly saturated? Was it something that was really popular, but maybe on a little bit of a downward trend? Those are all things we'll kind of factor in when we're thinking about making an offer. Then if all the stars aligned, we'll send the agent an offer that details our advance, our royalty structure, which is what is paid through once the advance has been earned out by sales. Other considerations, are we going to publish in hardcover first? Is it going to be a paperback original? You know, who gets to control audiobook rights? And then once it's all signed, we are off to the races. And then once I acquire a book, I will work through the manuscript and kind of a line edit. That'll be kind of the greater structural feedback, you know, argument points if it's nonfiction, character development, tone, the conclusion, you know, do we need to fix the epilogue? Are we leaving the reader with the right message? And then once we're kind of happy with the manuscript as a whole, we'll move to copy editing. We'll do like the fine tooth comb for tense and style. And, you know, if it's a crime novel, oh, you said the character got off the train at 6 o'clock after riding there for 3 hours, but you said that, but they left at 1. What is it? You know, kind of plugging all those holes. A good copy editor will be good for that. And then once copy editing is complete, we send to production to be typeset, you know, then it really starts to look like a book, you know, kind of fully designed. And, you know, then it stops looking like a Word document and something that's, you know, really real. And while we're kind of doing all this back and forth, you know, we'll also be talking about a cover design and looking through different covers that the author and I both like, that we think might be good comps for our designer to put something together. You know, whether it's, you know, nonfiction or a novel, the cover is the primary ad for the book. So we really want to make sure we get it right. And things kind of come in and out of fashion for covers. It's so funny, even with Instagram, we've noticed over the past couple of years, cover designs have really changed to really pop in like that small thumbnail format versus, gosh, when I first started in publishing, you know, it was really like, what does it look like on the shelf, in the store, you know, in a big stack. So design aesthetics have definitely changed. And while the edit is happening, and the writer and I are going back and forth, we prepare sales material for our sales team. Our sales team is with Simon & Schuster. We're distributed by them. And the sales team goes out and gets the retail accounts excited. They go out to Amazon, Barnes & Noble, indie stores, libraries, and more. And then the retailers will also sometimes offer some cover feedback as warranted, saying, oh, it's so beautiful, but did you know that novels with musical instruments on the cover really don't sell? That's like, apparently that's a truism. So, then we might have to go back and adjust the cover one more time. And then also, while this is all going on, we have a rights manager, and they will be out there kind of pushing for foreign language translations or audio rights, depending if we, control those rights in the end. And then once the book is kind of, pretty much off into production, we turn to publicity and marketing. It's a noisy world out there in media. Book marketing and publicity is definitely an all hands on deck approach, just to cut through the noise of everything that happens in the world today. So this is the time for the author to call in any and all favors from media connections. Oh, your high school buddy is now like a books reporter at the Santa Barbara News, like reach out. And for the author to ramp up on social media too. We pitch the book to book media using that early typeset of the book. And we reach out to reviewers, book editors at the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post. Then there's radio, other print and online publications, podcasts, television producers, bloggers. We've got big databases of all these people, and we'll kind of curate specific lists for your book to see, to try to get as much coverage as possible. As then on the marketing front, as an indie press, our ad budgets are lean, but we definitely want to be strategic with kind of more paid promotions, whether it's via Goodreads and giveaways or Amazon ads or BookBubs, which is like discounting for ebooks. So we really want to do a full court press on both ends of the kind of promotion angle. Social media is kind of in the amorphous, publicity and marketing space. We have a dedicated social feed for Pegasus. We do have to love all our children equally. So, we're always trying to divide, make sure we're covering and championing all our books, in a fairly equal way on social media. So the author's feed is often a huge asset here. And we always talk about a good strategy for every book, because every book is a little bit different based on the author's platform, the subject of the book, how social media savvy they are. Some of our older authors are a little bit of a lost cause as far as Twitter and Instagram goes. We kind of focus them mostly on Facebook. They ask me if they should be on TikTok, and I say, don't worry about that. Let's just focus on where your strengths are. And I think, just generally, we find that the authors, you want to keep that organic voice. You don't want to do too much selling of the book all the time, every day, because I think people tend to get tired of that and start to tune it out. So you kind of interspersing it with a more general content about writing, the subject of your book, what you're working on, what's exciting for you, cover reveals, and even championing other writers, connecting with other writers in your genre, subject area, community, can be great allies come launch. And it's a way to mix up the content of your feed. So it's not always, about the buying the book too, becomes a little too pushy, I think. And then it's just some last thoughts, getting a publishing contract is difficult and often frustrating. Don't be discouraged. Just even at Little Pegasus, we receive hundreds of submissions every week. And we only publish 100 new books every year. So, it's just really, sometimes it's just a volume and a numbers game. And it's been, it's tough out there in general for book sales, just between COVID and Amazon and everything else, so it can take time. And I think, one thing that helps, I think, with the submission and when you're kind of crafting letters to reach out to agents and querying people is to read widely and critically. I think it's hugely helpful to check out book reviews in major papers as well as websites. LitHub can be a great resource, or Publishers Weekly, because that way, you kind of see what's out there. You see what's being published, what's, how your work and how your story might fit in to kind of the new books that are coming out now. And it'll just give you a better knowledge of the trade in general, because it's a strange business, but it's an exciting one. All right, Fien.
Thank you. That was super educated. Like seriously, that was amazing. And that's so very much. And I think
Tanya has her hand up.
Yep.
Great. Yes, I have 3 questions. I'll start with one and see if anybody else has questions, and then come back to me if there's time. I've already spoken with Jessica, so how do I still have questions? But this was amazing. Like I love the presentation that you just gave. It just has my mind my synapses are firing, you know. So question number 1, you said that one of the things that you consider is, are we leaving the reader with the right message? What do you mean by that?
So sometimes that's, I think more for nonfiction, you know, but it's kind of like the core takeaway. So sometimes we'll have this, so we did a book about, this is really random, but about the fires of Philadelphia, this riot that happened back in 1844. But, you know, at the end of the book, I'm like, okay, so what do we want the takeaway to be? You've just presented this amazing history, and obviously readers are going to draw their own conclusions, but like, what do you, the author, want to make sure they take away? You know, was it this story? Was it the fact that even after these riots happened, a lot of the people on like the nativist side, like all ran for members of Congress? Like, is that it? You know, so what's you know, you see where I'm going with this.
Yeah, okay. Because, you know, my head was in fiction. It was like, well,
yeah, this is kind
of
mean
that you're tweaking the author's message, like, but no, that's not what you meant. So
yeah, so it's more for, I guess, nonfiction, or even like a memoir. Sometimes, you know, there's like a, you know, if they have like one kind of thread that they've been really harping throughout to the last, you know, is the last scene like a reunion with their mother, or like the reunion with the friend or something, to kind of really make sure that the last scene that we leave in the readers
kind of punctuates the point that they were making,
that they've been trying to get at the whole time. Yeah, novels are a little bit different. You're already kind of, the whole novel is the message, you know,
right?
So more amorphous.
Thank you so much. And I know, Tanya, you have like 2 more questions, but if we could just do it in the chat, that would be fabulous. And anyone else has questions for Jessica, please do it in the chat, and I'll continue to read the chat. It's been amazing out here. So I guess we'll introduce our next guest,
Dr. Christine Stewart, the Poet Laureate of South Dakota.
Hello, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me. This is super energizing, even though I've been only here for 10 minutes. So since I don't have much time, just a bit about me. I am the Poet Laureate of South Dakota. I teach at South Dakota State University, mostly creative writing classes, some literature classes. And what I would like to do today is to teach you like the one strategy that I teach all of my students and everyone in every workshop that I do, and that's how to read as a writer. Because if you know how to read as a writer, then you can teach yourself the kinds of strategies from your favorite writers to kind of implement it to generate new work and to also revise your own work. So I'm mostly a poet. I have almost 8 books of poetry published. My new one is coming out next month, The Poet and the Architect. I'm also an essayist and a memoirist. So those are, I write across genres, although mostly poetry. So I do have a PowerPoint as well. So I will share my screen. Oh, but I can't yet. So if you could let me share my screen, then I will.
Oh yeah, you're the co-host.
Right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, I love this. I love PowerPoint, not really, but oh, just hold on just a second. Wait from the start. Okay, so you know that already. So reading as a writer means analyzing a piece of writing to understand how it functions and then using that to revise or invent your own. And here's the elements. Like this is just a smattering of elements that you can look at and analyze: the details, the narrative, the subject, the point of view, the tension, the genre, the arrangement, all those rhetorical strategies. You can look at the diction, and you can start to look closely at the way the writer uses them, and then you can borrow that for your own work and teach yourself some new things. So I'm going to show you how to do this, and I don't have much time, so I'm sorry. I wish we had more time, maybe in the future. So this is a poem that's in my new book called Didactic. And it has an epigraph: love is an intense form of curiosity. So throw open the library of your body, run your fingertips across the shelf spine, over atlases, dictionaries, novels. Your hands wide, strong, are lenses that ignite encyclopedic knowledge. Let's burn in biography, biology, ask questions, unlock the map of scars, read lines of rib, linger at the hip, memorize the archive's lips. Stretch your supple pages until you are open, explicit, and known. So, of all the things that you see on that side, I'm going to show you 3 different ways that you could learn from my poem. Okay, so you could read my poem as a writer and learn from it. The first is the subject and the metaphor. So I use the metaphor of library, right? This poem compares the physical attraction to curiosity and intellectual pursuits. And so for me, I'm such a nerd that's always like, oh, libraries, books, like museums, like that is sexy for me. I married another professor. He's an architect, architecture professor. So anyway, you can kind of see where that goes. And in the book, my book starts out like this really intimate poetry and then kind of expands out. So you can say, all right, from this, I'm going to write a poem about love, and I'm going to compare love to, and then you come up with your own metaphor. Or you could even just say, I'm going to compare love to an intellectual pursuit, but my intellectual pursuit is cooking, or my interest is this, or my interest is that. So you can take and then try to translate how would you describe what it feels like to fall in love and be in love and all of that energy of that new relationship kind of thing in your own metaphor, and generate a new poem or a new story or a new essay. Like, this isn't just for poetry. You can do this with any genre, but you're really isolating one technique that the writer has used and then borrowing that for your own. So point of view is something else. This poem uses second person and addresses the lover. So I'll write a poem that addresses someone else too. And I call it didactic because it is like telling someone what to do. Throw open, it's like that second person, like do this and do that. And so it's this, I did that because of the teacher academic thing, and I wanted to kind of push against those ideas of libraries being boring and academics being boring, and redo that there a little bit. So you could take a second person point of view and write your own piece based on that point of view, and maybe teach someone something. Like, what do you want to teach, or what do you want to show, and take that really confident point of view, right? The didactic, the teacherly has to be confident and assertive. That's the word I was looking for, assertive. So that's another way that you could use this poem. And then another way is the genre of the form. And frankly, like, this is one of my favorite things to do, is look at the way someone's arranged something. So I had to do this with my memoir, my manuscript memoir. I had never written one before. And so I had to really read carefully all the ways that other writers that I admired structured their memoir, because I was writing it like a poet and thinking about little bits, and I didn't think of the narrative arc until I had the whole thing written and had to like rewrite it with the narrative arc. So this is something that I do all the time with little and big things. So small poems and big manuscripts. But this poem uses like 6 tercets, 3-line stanzas with short lines. I'm going to imitate the structure for my poem, right? So you just actually borrow the structure or the arrangement, and you use that for your own. I've done this, taken the rhyme words of the end of lines from somebody else's poem and written my own poem, totally different than that person's poem, except for the same rhyme lines at the end as a generative tool, the same like rhyming words, not lines, but the rhyming words at the end of the lines. It's just a fun exercise to kind of generate some new work and maybe some revision of a piece you're stalled out on. So I can stop the share there and talk a little bit more about any of those in depth that you had. Like, I know that was really like super fast. So I can talk a little bit more about any of those concepts and like kind of think through how I think through them when I'm looking at a poem or I'm looking at a piece to read as a writer. So to read it as a writer. So you can take the ideas, the subject matter, you can write your own version of it. You can look at you could even structurally, you can analyze the syllables or the metrics of the poem and use that for your own piece. When I'm writing essays, sometimes I look at like a segmented structure or a braided structure, because my essays are typically lyrical essays. So I look at the structure that someone else has used and I kind of say, okay, I could probably use that for my piece. Or endings, to be honest with you, I struggle with endings. I don't know, I have not mastered that yet after all these years. So I will look at the ends of like 5 or 6 pieces and I'll say, well, how did that person end this? Okay, what technique is that? How can I use that technique in my own piece to end my own? Oh, they've gathered up all the elements or all the images from the beginning of the piece and they've taken it through and brought it back to the end. Aha, I can do that for mine. What are my images in this essay or this piece that I'm going to gather up and put in the end for conclusion? Or, oh, this poem ends on this really fantastic like gesture or crisp image. Okay, I'm going to make sure that my poem ends on a similarly crisp image. All right, I'm going to pause and see if there's any questions.
Any questions, y'all?
I have a question that you triggered with what you were saying about how you would take the words at the end of someone else's and just use the same rhyme words. I recently attended a writing prompt session with some friends, and they brought in a guest speaker, and what she did is she gave us two pieces to read. Really, she read them to us, but she put them on the screen. And then she said, just grab 5 words or 3 to 5 words from each of those pieces that you recall and that created an image. And then we used those words and we created our own piece that really had nothing to do with what they showed us, but they created images in our own minds. And we just, I mean, it was really effective and surprising because your writing prompt wasn't a topic, it was incorporate these words.
Oh, I totally agree, right? Because if you're topic driven, oftentimes you don't get to those images that are so important in creative work. And so you're thinking, I'm going to write about this topic, and it usually comes out like emotional, or I'm going to talk about it. But when you start with those building blocks of imagery, then you're more apt to then dive into those images for earlier in the writing process. Like sometimes for me, I have to shave off all of this stuff early when I find the image and then get to that image. So that's a great technique. And I would say that's reading as a writer, like that's like,
it was one of the best first drafts of something I've ever written because, and here's the other thing, you're not allowed to erase anything. You have to write for like 7 minutes without making any changes, which is very challenging. So I did it, and it was just, that was really effective. It wasn't, what am I trying to do with this? I just need to bring these words in, and the images created themselves.
No, if you can separate the critic from just in those first drafts, just get that critic out of your head and just focus on, the images and the ideas and how they come through. I mean, I would say way longer than 7 minutes don't erase anything. I mean, I will go an hour or 2, because my practice is pretty long when I can get into the flow without erasing anything. And then I'll save that as a draft. And then when I start a new draft, if I mess with it too much and I want to go back to that first draft and grab something, then I've got a record of it. Right? Because it's really, really important that you revise, but it's also good to keep track of.
Yeah, I say daily.
You don't go crazy. So you don't go like, I'm just going to trash all of this because I hate it, save it as a draft and bring it back. And that's another reason too, like sometimes the technique of going into structure with a piece or going into approaching a piece a different way rather than topic can often kind of just get you to look at it from a different point of view and approach it kind of as like a game or an exercise, or it's like less pressure to to do something particular with it, you know, like to get this idea down. It's like you're playing with structure, you're going to play with point of view, you're going to experiment. I like to look at drafting and first, especially invention, as experiments. I'm going to play with some words today. Here, you know, and see where that goes, where that takes you. Take that pressure off early in your writing process. At least that works for me.
I always need to be reminded of that. Yours was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Have questions? I was just like, do we have questions for
Shari, yeah.
Christine or Jessica? But Shari, I already know you're on it. Go for it.
Oh no, I'm like, I have so many questions, but they're all floating around in my mind. So okay, one question I do have just in general, is there any way to get a recording of this? I can go back and see the things I missed and to review everything people talked about today, because it was like
absolutely
so much. It's so awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be on the podcast. It's gonna be everywhere, y'all. Y'all know, it's gonna be everywhere. We post it everywhere. Also, Christine, what are your books and where can people buy them? Because you know, money.
Yeah, yeah, right.
By the way, we've been reading it, and we were like, okay. So Grace Cavallari is like the poet laureate of Maryland, and when I saw your quote of her
today,
but I saw the quote of her, like that was amazing.
Yeah, because like, okay, I'm not gonna lie, Grace, we invited Grace specifically because I was like, she put her in the front of the book. I was like, Christine must meet Grace.
Yes, that would have been awesome.
Don't worry, you will meet Grace.
So I put my website, Christine Stewart Nunez. I got a divorce after I started publishing, so I just used the name I started publishing in. But ChristineStewartNunez.com, and I put both of my email addresses too in the chat. You can find my books on Amazon, or you can find them at the publisher's website, and you can look at them on my website. The last two were On Trust and Blue Word Screening. And the new one is The Poet and the Architect. And both Poet and the Architect and Blue Word Screening are published by Terrapin Books, which is a New Jersey press.
Thank you so much for coming today and sharing that wonderful PowerPoint that I will definitely be looking at a lot closer later. Both of you and Jessica, like, I'll be looking a lot closer later. Thank you so much. And we are going to move on to our next person. If you guys have any more, if y'all have any more questions for her, please put them in the chat or email her for her address. Our next guest will be
another poet and a songwriter lyricist, Kendra. No.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me on today to talk about, well, I'm going to talk about music. Just a bit about me. I'm a singer-songwriter. I'm a writer. I'm a musician, an actress, and a published author. I've published 2 books of poetry. The first one is over 300 pages. I'm so proud of that one. It includes original photography, poetry, one-act plays, philosophical essays. And then I've released another book that's about 60 pages. That's a long-form prose poem that's broken into 13 parts. And off, I'm working on my 3rd book. You know, sometimes it's like, my dad said to me one time, he said, no writer likes a deadline. And I was like, I love that phrase. You know, so I'm just working on my 3rd book, like, as I have time and all of that, and as the words are speaking to me. So what I have been focused on is I've been writing so many songs, I've been releasing so much music, and it just feels so great to be explaining these different themes and these different stories that weave in and out of my life and putting them into music and song and having other people hear them and having it resonate with them. I just released a new song today, actually, today.
Yeah, we wanted to say congratulations on that. We were like, after I introduced you, we were like, oh, we meant to say congratulations on you.
Yeah.
It dropped. Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, totally appreciate it. And so it's called So Hollywood. It's kind of edgy. It's rock and roll, very, very much rock and roll. So yeah, and I think that one of the things I'll talk about today is just like honoring that artist within, honoring the writer within, and who we are as beings, spiritual beings, and who we are along this path. You know, someone asked me, they were like, well, do you ever just like change your music to fit what you think you want it to fit? And it's more like, I'll go into a project or I'll go into a series of poems and I'll tell myself, this is the theme I'm dealing with. So for this most recent album, the theme that it was centered around was living in California, living in Los Angeles, what it's like to be in the entertainment industry. And I honored that within myself by saying, there's no specific way I need to write these songs. Some of the songs, it's a 15-track album, so you can think about 15 different series of lyrics being written. I told myself I'm not necessarily in a romantic situation right now, although I do have love songs coming through, about the past or about potential future people that I would meet. And I let myself experience those waves of myself as an artist because, I didn't necessarily go into this album thinking, in fact, I went into this album thinking, I'm probably going to write no love songs at all. And it kind of has become this underground, kind of has like a beatnik vibe to it. I say that it's a mix of 1990s and 1970s, and it does have love songs. And I let myself just have that be as it is. And it's so funny. I had finished the album, 14 tracks or whatever. And then right before I went up to San Francisco to record the album, I was on this podcast to talk about, to talk about past relationships and just like going through being in a relationship with someone who, and even different like work relationships and stuff, to be in a relationship with someone who, kind of was like, it was like one of those kind of therapy podcasts, right? Where we talked about like different personality traits and stuff and how it's affected us. And so I went on this podcast and we were talking about, being with selfish people and blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden I like said something, I was like, because I was like painting a picture for him, and I was like, come along and imagine this. I have 10 more minutes to get ready before I've got to grab my stuff and get out the door. And he's like, that's a song. And I was like, oh my gosh, that is a song. So I had that moment during a podcast thinking I was done with the album. For writers, it'd be like, we finished the book. We think we have decided on all the collection of poems. And then I'm in this situation. I say something and they're like, that's a song. And so I ended up writing the song. It starts with, come along and imagine this. I've got 10 more minutes to get ready before I grab my stuff and head out the door. And it's just was so perfect. And so I was like, okay, let me bring this song along to San Francisco. I'll play it for my producer. Hopefully he'll let me put another track on there within my budget. And I play it for him and he's like, we have to have this song on the album. And like when I did my first book, I had it all ready. And then I wrote another poem and I was like, oh my gosh, I got to put this in the book too. But it's all about making little edits here. And sometimes those like last minute artistic things just like, just open it up the project to be something even more entirely beautiful than what we were expecting. So I guess what I'm saying, and it ended up being the single from the album. So I guess what I'm saying is like, as artists, we stand firm. Oh, this is a beautiful analogy. We stand firm like trees, but we also bend with the wind, because if trees were just like this, and then every single time the wind blew, like, a storm is blowing in or whatever, it's just a windy day. If all of a sudden they all just cracked, then, trees are so strong and they've got so many stories and so many years and they're part of the environment and they feed the environment and the environment feeds them. They also have to bend with the wind. And that's something that makes them so beautiful too, is like, all that beautiful movement of ourselves in nature. Yeah, so while I have you here, what I was planning to talk about, I love that intro. So thanks for y'all for having awesome energy. So I knew what to say. Let's go through the list of like, if you ever did want to turn your poems into a song, or if you ever wanted to record, yay! Okay, perfect. If you ever wanted to record even like an audio tape or something, this would be the way to go about it in the studio and stuff like that. So first of all, what you're going to do is you're going to write the song, write the lyrics, make sure you have your substantial project at hand in mind of what you want to do to move forward. There's a couple different routes that can happen after this. You can then decide to self-record it, which is definitely a thing that you can do. You're just going to want to get the right program on your computer, you're going to want to get the right microphone, and you want to make sure that that's going to serve your project well enough. Because if you're going to go through the time to record it, you know, I self-recorded my first 3 albums, and they don't sound necessarily self-recorded, but I can hear the difference as to when I went into the studio to work with like real professionals in the sound sector. Like, I know how to do it. I'm trained in recording and stuff, but I wanted to, you know, for this recent album to like do it like real crisp production level. So you can self-record it, or you can find a producer. The way to find a producer is, of course, the best way to do it is friends of friends, word of mouth, because then you're potentially going to get a better rate for the studio time. You're going to collaborate in a much more like understanding and communicative way. But if you know, and that's one of the things that the universe is like, you know, brings you the poem. The universe like brings you these different, you know, you go to 10 open mics, and at your 10th open mic or whatever, you walk in and you start talking to someone who's a producer, and they have a local studio, and they're looking for someone to work with. And so those kind of things, those synchronistic things happen. So look out for the organic ways for them to happen. But additionally, you can just, you know, get on social media, go on Instagram and go on Facebook and just search producers and then your city, producers New York City, producers San Francisco, and then go through them, go to their profile or their website. You can Google them too, and get a feel for the person. Because one of the things with working with different producers is they've got all different personality types. Sometimes they're like, we love this just as it is, perfect. And you're like, perfect, because I'm an artist and I know this is exactly how I want it. Or maybe you want to work with a producer who has kind of like one hand in the cookie jar, where they're like, or one hand in the clay, where they're like, hey, we like this, but I think if you got more to this point in the chorus, or if you got more to this point in the verse, and didn't wait to the chorus, it would grab people like, you know, from second 15 instead of at second 30 or 45 or something. And that's just all about kind of you as an artist, what you feel like, how much you want to bend, and how much of your artistic integrity is balled up in having it exactly like you wrote it initially. Because there's some songs I write where I'm like, it has to be recorded just like this, like verse, verse. It might be weird. It might be verse, 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 pre-chorus, chorus, verse, chorus, chorus, bridge, out. It might be different like that, you know? It might not be that straightforward, you know, verse, verse, pre-chorus, chorus, you know? And so sometimes we want to have different people work with us to develop, you know, work with an editor who can help develop our vision, or we just want to go in and say, this is the vision, I know what it is. So once you have an idea of like what producer you want to work with, whether you're doing spoken word or doing a musical number, you're gonna want to, from my experience, I love the fact that for my most recent album, I rehearsed it 1,000,000 times, because I was doing a bunch of live streams this past year. So I played my songs 1,000,000 times, and I know them. I like when I play it this way, and I like this arrangement and stuff like that. So before you go into the studio, you're going to want to do a demo of it. It's called a work tape. You can even just do it on your phone. You can do it on your computer with a USB mic, but you basically want to get the music and the words and the arrangement down, so that when you go into the studio, you already know, you know, so that if you're paying to be in the studio, you go in and you're like, this is what we're doing today. This is what I'm going to sing. So that rehearsal and pre-production process is beneficial for your budget and just for your sanity. So when you go in the studio, you know exactly what you're doing. Okay, perfect. Yeah. And then from there, also, like, let's say you want to put one of your poems to a song and you're able to transpose it to, okay, let's say you want to put your poems to a song and you're not a musician. Let's start there. So the way that I would go about that is to, same idea, reach out to people you know who know songwriters, go to songwriting open nights, go to poetry open mics, and start talking to the poets who do kind of like spoken word recitation, where they're like, you know, kind of like have beats and stuff, and say, have you recorded before? Do you know any songwriters? And just reach out in your community. Then of course you can go on social media and do songwriters. There's all different types of budgets. I mean, if someone reached out to me and they're like, we'd like to hire you to do a song for $50 and all you have to do is do the, the arrangement of it, I'd be like, hey, heck yeah, I'll do that. But other people might be, no, I will do that for this many hundreds of dollars, so it's just a trial and error. Sometimes I find that when I work with photographers too, I'm like, hey, I need photos taken for my new album. And I'm like, how much is it? And some are like $500 and some are like, I can do it for $150 to $200. And I'm like, boom, you're my person right there. So there's all different sorts of types of people. I always look for like people who look like they care about the artistic integrity. So they're more willing to work with like, I'm like, hey, I'm an independent artist. I'm an independent writer. I'm happy to pay you for your work. However, I am an independent artist and like, how that is. So go in with a vision, go in rehearsed, try to work with people, friends of friends, and then go into the recording studio and knock it out of the park. And then from there, the producer will mix it for you, send it back to you. You'll be able to have an edit or two, and then have that conversation go back and forth. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You have a question in the chat. How much does like an average recording album cost?
Ooh, great question. So it depends what producer you work with. That's why I mentioned friends of friends, because it does get pretty costly. So it's going to be an average. I wouldn't be offended. I'm never offended when someone quotes me less than $1,500 a song. So then, if you go in there with one song in mind and they quote you under $1,500, that's not an offensive offer. I prefer to get it down to like $500 to $700 per song because, an independent artist. But my most recent album, Friend of a Friend, really cut me a deal because when you're doing multiple songs, sometimes they'll be like, hey, you're going to come in here. You're blocking out a whole week in the studio. You are, very passionate about it. They might cut you a good deal, but like an album of 12 songs is probably going to be over $8,000 at least. But you can always, the universe works in awesome ways. So you can meet someone who will offer you a good deal. I know, I see the wow sign. I know, that's why I self-recorded my first couple albums, because I was like, I've got all these songs, let me just go and cut them in the studio. And then they were like, this is how much it'll cost. I was like, I'm going to learn how to do it myself. And then when I'm ready, when you're ready, and it's kind of like with, self-publishing books, you can do it yourself. And then when you want to hire someone to do your cover, you deserve to do that. When you're ready, you deserve to invest in yourself. That's a conversation I have with myself a lot.
That's a wonderful conversation.
And can I get you stuck on that $50 per an arrangement? I just want to make sure because I'm trying to come.
Yes, ma'am. Well, for y'all, always and forever, of course.
Thank you, Kendra, and thank you so much for coming and like being amazing like you are. And I cannot wait to like put it on like continuous stream so you can make some money.
Thank you so much. And my full album is out at the end of the month on the 28th too.
And where can people find out more about you?
It's up there.
I know it's on the chat, but you have to say it for the people on the podcast.
Oh, right. So you can find me on kendraandthebunnies.com and then on Instagram and Twitter at KenBunny, KenBunny, Facebook, Kendra and the Bunnies Music.
Thank you so much
right now
for the chat because right now we're on Joe. It's time for Joe. Well, no, really?
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you, Kendra.
Thank you, Kendra, for coming.
Bye.
Please, if you have any questions for her, please put it in the chat or reach out to her because she really does get back to people. Truly, she does. It's amazing. So our next person would be Joe, the wonderful Joe Sands, because that's how we like to say.
Yes, an audiobook narrator. I feel like she would have some studio time she might let me use.
I have a studio, by the way. Can you guys hear me okay?
Of course we can.
Okay. So today I just wanted to share a little bit about some of the common questions that I'm asked. Here recently, I've been bombarded with questions about getting into voice narration. And so I came up with 6 ingredients. I took that from you guys. The 6 ingredients for narrative greatness. The first one is to just be a student. And a lot of the questions are coming from people who are already in professions. Most of them are in the corporate world. And you know how it is. Sometimes we really hit our creative genius later on in life. It may have already been in us, and we reach that moment where we say, oh man, you know what? If I could only get that book out, if I could only do this and I could only do that. And so I've had some people here recently ask me about getting into voice narration. They've received comments like, you know, I have a great voice, or someone, you know, people tell me all the time that my voice is really nice and I should either be in radio or I should be narrating something. And so my first suggestion to them is to be a student, start taking classes. I started 4 years ago. I took classes at Voices Carry in downtown Dallas, and the original classes were for sound bites. It was really an introductory class, which is something that I really wanted, because I wanted to learn, when you're entering into any new profession, you need to learn from the ground up, the lingo, so that you can really honor the craft. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to, when I first stepped into a booth, I had no idea what I was doing. I had to learn mic positioning. I had to learn the lingo, what it meant to slate my name. And if you don't know that, when you do go into a professional studio, or you're with other, because what I noticed, some of the students came from different backgrounds. Some came from theatrical backgrounds, some came from actor backgrounds. I mean, whatever. Some of them knew a little bit more just about the interworkings of a studio and when you get on set or when you're around these other professionals. So their lingo is totally different. And this is something Tanya can attest to, because I had a lot of actors in my class and I had no idea what they were talking about. It was like Greek. And so when I'm in the booth and they're like, slate my name, I'm like, slate a what? Like, what does that mean? And so, you know, this is why classes are so important. So you can learn some of these grassroots, brick and mortar, just these little tidbits so that you can honor the craft. Just having a good voice, a nice, smooth, creamy sound, yummy sounding voice is not going to cut it. You know, it's great that you have one, but now you got to know what to do with it. So my tip number 2 is work with what you have. You may hear someone like a Morgan Freeman or the Popeyes chicken lady and think, okay, I can do that too. Until you get in that booth and you hear your voice actually recorded. A lot of times people will tell me when we do podcasting and they hear the playback, I never knew my voice sounded like that. Like, I don't sound like me. So you really have to work with what you have to get adjusted and acquainted to hearing the sound of your own voice. You may not have, and I'm going to talk about equipment in a minute. One of the things that I would do, I would take my cell phone, and on everybody pretty much have that app with the notes, the voice recorder. So I would sit and recorded my voice. This is one of the, Julie Shields actually suggested this. She came by one of our classes one night and she's an amazing narrator. She's doing some awesome things. And I would record my voice. I would find anything and everything to read. And I would read anything and everything and just record it and play it back. And just listen to the sound of my voice. It's kind of like relearning yourself. It really is. So once you do that, this is before you spend any other money outside of classes, because you are going to have to invest in classes. And I love the way Kendra said, you do have to invest in yourself. So once you learn your voice, you're going to classes and you're getting coaching sessions to learn what to do with that voice. Once you get to that point where you say, okay, you know, I'm a little more comfortable hearing the sound of my voice, then there's an emotional transition that goes on. So my tip number 4 is the faith over fear. You have to have that faith to go ahead and step out in it. Step out in it and own it. Don't be intimidated because you see people. One of my coaches for long form narration, and she's still my mentor today, and my coach is CJ Crit. CJ Crit has recorded hundreds of books. I had the honor of doing an interview for these ladies with Andy Arndt. Andy is amazing. She's an amazing narrator, and she's recorded so many books. Now that was intimidating at first, because I was like, what in the world can I ask Andy and not look like a geeked up fan? But she was so warm and so inviting, and she's just a regular person. So you can't be, you know, when you're entering in something new, especially in the creative field, anything creative, we tend to, we get oversensitive. And you can't be oversensitive. You have to be able to accept critique. And this is why all artists are different, especially when it's their baby. So your voice is your baby. And if you don't know what inflection is, and if someone comes back and critique you, you can't have a hissy fit about it. You just have to take the constructive criticism and keep it moving. So that faith over fear, that being able to say, okay, you know what? I may not get it right the first, second, or third time, but I'm gonna keep on going because this is something that you want to do. Number 5 is keep it simple. When it comes to software, when it comes to equipment, just keep it simple. Like I said, I started out with a telephone. Then I moved up to a USB mic. Blue microphones are one of my favorites. You can find them at Walmart. You can order them through Amazon. They hook right into your computer. Software, go ahead and get you some Audacity. It's free. Yes, ma'am. Dr. Christine. Yes, ma'am. Get you some Audacity, download it. It's free. You don't have to go into any and spend a whole lot of money right out the gate, because there are some things you are going to need to invest in, and it's all depending upon what you're doing. Like Kendra said, if you're going to record a song, your sound quality has to be at a certain level. If you're going to record a book for someone or produce a book, your sound quality has to be at a certain level. You at least want to be on a level playing field. Now, when you go into those studios where they have all this $1 million equipment, you better come ready, because time is money. You need to be prepared and ready to go. And that's why the classes are so important. Navigating around a studio is important. Learning. So let me tell you one thing I did. So I was in the studio at Listen Up Audiobooks downtown, and I just finished recording a book. And usually when you go into the studio and record, we try to block out 6 hours at a time. Well, my crazy self, I still have my headsets on. I get up and I'm walking away and I still have the headsets on. So I'm pulling all of their equipment with me. And I could hear the girl saying, hey, you still got, I mean, after 6 hours of recording, you're like numb. And it was this long book by, this long book called Black Picket Fences by Mary Patillo. She's a professor at Northwestern University. So you can imagine 6 hours of reading words this long, my brain was mush. And so I didn't break anything, but still, stuff happens. But anyway, that's just my little crazy story. So when it comes to equipment and software, definitely keep it simple in the beginning, because when you record audiobooks in the beginning, you will use portals and platforms like ACX, which is very simple and easy to navigate. It's a process where the narrators and authors are matched together. And that leads me into tip number 6, audition. So all you do is you go on and you submit auditions, and the authors will decide whether or not they want to use your voice or not. This is why you need to keep equipment simple and software simple, because you will have to produce those books yourself. So knowing how to record and then master, because it's one thing to record, but you also have to master and edit the work and then send it out. ACX, they have guidelines as to, what levels you need to have your equipment set at, so that when you produce the book, the sound quality for the listener is where it needs to be. You have to learn how to edit clicks and pops and things like that. And it's a lot. It's kind of like when you're recording a song, you can just being in the booth, in the microphone is great, but that person on the other side has to go through and edit all of that and make it sound all warm and yummy. Well, when you start out producing books for yourself, you have to do all of that. So that's my short snippet into the world of audiobooks. Another thing that I will mention is, before you dive into it, understand that the recording is great and the performing is great in the booth, when you get to the editing part, that part is very tedious. So I would definitely start out with shorter novels and shorter books. Don't jump into some 9-10 hour book, because for every hour of recorded work, you just multiply that times 5, because that's how much time it's going to take you to go through, edit, and make it sound great. Now, there are all kind of, plugins and little tools to kind of make things shorten it up a bit, but on average, it's going to take between 3 to 5 hours. Actually, 3 is just too short. It's going to take about 5 hours to edit 1 hour of recorded time. And that's pushing it.
Joe, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That is so much information. and yes, it's horrible trying to audio edit anything. And so that's why I'd also like to thank Brandy for doing all my audio edits on my podcast, because that's horrible. Horrible job. Anyway, does anyone have questions for either Kendra or Joe?
I just want to say thank you for what they said. And second, the whole learn your craft and accept your critiques with grace. That goes for all arts, whether you are a poet, a voice narrator, an actor, an author, all of it. We need to encapsulate that in our journeys.
I love the thing about not being oversensitive. That was great. I was like, I think if you started writing at an early age, you learn how to accept no so often that when people say it's nice, but this was nice, but this was horrible, you're like, okay, great, I heard nice. So I can work on the other part, but I heard nice.
Absolutely. And okay.
Did someone else have a hand?
I thought I saw a hand. I didn't see a hand. Okay. All right. So we will move on to our next person.
Wait, before we go, I just want to say, what did you think of recording And I Thought Divorce Was Bad?
Wow. And I Thought Divorce Was Bad. That was the very first one.
Yes.
And it was an amazing experience. I was nervous. That was actually the first book I recorded, and I was so afraid to let them know. Did you not know that? Yes,
we kind of thought it, but you sound amazing.
Oh, thank you. So when I listen back on the earlier ones, it's my goal to make the following one better and better and better. But I'm telling you, I was so nervous, and I was so thankful that they gave me such a wonderful opportunity. I never in a million years thought that we would still have this wonderful relationship, but it's because of these ladies. They pushed me, and now I'm podcasting, and I never thought I'd be doing that. I've met some amazing people that I never thought I would meet. And then I got some amazing news yesterday, and yes.
Share all the news. We love amazing news. We love it so much. Share amazing news.
So I got this incredible email that my podcast will be broadcasting on a UK radio station, and I'm so excited.
I know. I was drinking champagne for you. I was like, I don't know.
She's like, I just saw the email. And this is why it's so important not to give up and to accept the criticism and to step out there and just get going. And it's okay if you stumble and fall, just get right up. I know my second novel for these ladies, I went through a horrible divorce, and there was a point where I lost my voice. It took forever to get that book recorded, and they were so patient. I was reading some of the poems, and I'm in the booth and I'm crying. I'm like, oh my gosh. And so I remember emailing them one day, and I was like, look, I had completely lost my voice. I'm trying to I'm going through emotional turmoil, and I'm reading their poetry, and it was just like, this is what I'm going through. And so I'm like, I'm sniveling and I'm reading, and I'm like, this is horrible. Oh my gosh. And but it got me through, and it's been amazing ever since. So you ladies are fantastic.
Every time you say it, we're like, we feel bad now, because it's getting worse. I think, oh, okay. And she was all, I need a few more months. We were all like, if you don't want to record the book, just cry it through it now. No cry through it. Like every time you say that, I'm like, our first book was a tearjerker. Our second book was our happy book. Our second book was a happy book. right. So I know we have to get to other people. So Joe, thank you so much for coming on and having the wonderful
ladies.
And the beautiful earrings. Like I love the fro. I love it so much. All right, so Brandy, our next person is Brandy.
Let me unmute myself so you can actually hear me. What a concept. All right, guys. So there's I'm going to give you guys an option because I have so much I could teach you and I only have 10 minutes to do it. So you can pick my brain for the right time, which was how to find all the time you need to write a book. Or I could go over 10 ways to make more money, get more money, and do more things with your books. So I'll let you guys tell me which one would be more valuable to you, or what you feel like would be more valuable to you. So if you wanna.
You should have created a poll for everyone to just click their answer.
I know, right? I didn't even think about that. But yeah, so I guess one of the things I will start with is the time factor, because I think that's something that we all have a challenge with. Is I will say, first of all, take and set yourself a deadline. Do set yourself a deadline. Decide when you want that book finished. Break that down into chunks. Divide the number. If you want to finish it in a year, divide about 60,000 words, which is your average novel, by that 365. That's how many words you need to write per day in order to hit your goal. Then you are going to sit there and write that many words every single day. And you know, one of the tricks I use that you can also use is to create yourself a portable writing kit. And it's a fancy word for just three things, really. It's a tote bag, a note bag, and a pen, a notebook and a pen, right? And you put your book outline, and outlining is an important step if you want to write quickly. So at any rate, you put your book outline in the tote bag. Every time you have 10 minutes, you pop out the outline in the notebook and you write until you have no more time left. Close the notebook, put it all back in the bag, keep the bag with you at all times. That way, every time you've got 10 minutes, you're writing. You'd be surprised. The slowest writer writing by hand can write 10 words in a minute. 10 words times 10 minutes, that's 100 words. 100 words times 600 days, that's a 60,000 word novel, and that's less than 2 years. If you can write more than 100 words a day, if you can write 200 a day, you have got your book finished in a year. Actually less than a year, because you'll have it finished 300 days. So those are just a couple of tips. And the other thing is, while you're committed to writing your book, you know, I hate to say this, but turn off the TV, turn off the YouTube, get yourself off social media, close it out, commit to an hour a day. You know, if you can find an hour a day, you'd be amazed how much writing you can get done with no distractions. Find yourself a space. If you have to write in the car, write in the car. Doesn't matter. But you can do this. I've written books in 40 days, and all it takes is about 2 hours a day of commitment to the writing, and you can do it. So that's where I'll stop with my time management tips. It's not about putting more on your plate. It's about clearing off the stuff that's cluttering your plate so you can focus on your writing. If you want more tips, I do have the book, The Right Time, and you can find that on Amazon. But as far as making more money from your books, all right, I'm going to give you 10 tips, 10 ideas for fiction writers. All right, first of all, have an indie artist create character sketches for each of the main characters in your books. Pair those character sketches with a favorite quote from that character and turn the artwork. And open a store on Zazzle or Cafe Press or one of those sites where you can offer like tchotchkes and pens and t-shirts and all that stuff for people to buy. You're not going to make a whole ton of money at once, but every little bit added to your book revenue counts. And you can offer this to fans, and it can actually help promote your books out in the public. So it doubles as a marketing idea at the same time. Work with an indie musician like Kendra and create a song for each character, plus a song for each major turn in the plots that you're writing. And then agree to split the proceeds you make, or do a Kickstarter and fundraise for the campaigns with your fans. Then sell the music on Spotify or on some other place. turn the book into a screenplay. Tanya can tell you about that, for a movie or television show, depending on which is more appropriate, and then shop that out to places like Amazon or Netflix, or network with people who know what they're doing and find out more. And yes, I will talk more about outlining when I get through this really short excerpt here. Did your character have a jewelry or an object that they carried with them? Was there something that was definitely tied to that character that you could have a 3D model artist design for you? Then create a 3D print of it and make silicone molds and sell the object. So you can do those, make it available for sale on places like Etsy. Turn your character art and your jewelry SketchUps into fabric, wallpaper, home decor designs. So that's a fifth idea. Create a card game around the content in the book. If it doesn't have to be elaborate. It can be a simple card game like Memory, where you match up the character portrait to their favorite quote, right? Or something like that, something simple. Here, my favorite of the ideas is license the rights to the world and the characters you built in your books. Cultivate your fan fiction writers into a source of income. Allow them to purchase licenses that include the lore you developed around the world, or to license the rights to use certain characters. This way you can prohibit them from using other characters. Like you can say, these characters are off limits, but you can license any one of these characters. Make an agreement with them that includes a small percentage of the profits they make off every book they sell. It's actually a way of expanding the opportunities available for people to encounter what you've created, and at the same time, cultivate your fan base and show them. To ensure they don't do anything you wouldn't want them to do with your work, make sure you include a clause that requires your approval prior to publication as a condition of the license. Publish books that include the character and world backstories you created as you were writing these stories. So develop nonfiction books around the research you did as you were writing. And then last is create a free membership for a fan site, and then sell VIP memberships that include a monthly Zoom or Google Meetup where they get to chat with you directly and ask you questions. Let them earn every extra points for every month they maintain VIP status, and then let them buy some of those extra goodies with those points. And those are 10 tips for making more. And I do have tips for nonfiction writers. They're kind of similar, but not completely. So you could create a card deck of quotes that capture key points in your book to make them easier for people to review. You can take some of your more quotable quotes and pair them with Creative Commons images and turn those artworks into that can be sold the same way we did with the fiction. If the nonfiction book is a how-to, create kits that contain the ingredients to create the projects in your book and offer those for sale on your website. Also offer done-for-you packages that come pre-assembled. As crazy as it sounds, sometimes after reading a how-to book, people discover it's much harder than they thought it would be to do it by themselves, and so they decide it's easier and faster to have it done for them. If the nonfiction book focuses on history or geography, create tour packages, a virtual tour, a self-guided tour, and one that's guided by you. Charge more for the one you guide, etc. You can create tote bag packages that contain your book, a journal, and the card deck in one. Create workshops and courses around your content. Develop a podcast, we've talked about that too, around the main theme of your book, and then interview experts that have something to contribute to the topic. Create a game that helps people explore the concepts covered in your book. Again, games do not have to be complex to work. They can be simple. Create a fiction book around the nonfiction content you wrote to introduce a whole new audience to the content you created and open up brand new opportunities. And last, you can develop a reality TV show concept around your nonfiction book and pitch it to places like Amazon, Netflix, etc., etc. So those are a total of 20 ideas for making more with your book. Always remember, the book itself will not make you wealthy. It's everything you do with that book. And as far as outlining, I will give you a very basic outline. People often struggle with how to start, how to hook the middle, and how to end. So start with a problem that your reader doesn't know how to solve, and that might seem almost impossible for them to solve, but that you already know how to solve. Your middle of your book is when they find the solution. And the end of the book is when they get the results of having solved it with your solution. So that's a simple way to outline a book. And that applies for fiction and nonfiction, because your hero has a problem.
Thank you so much, Mandy. I mean, it's always fun to have you on. I mean, seriously.
We know no one else who could cover 3 topics in 15 minutes.
No one. I don't know. We couldn't do it.
Okay, maybe we could.
Maybe. That's maybe.
You guys are talented. I'm sure you could have handled it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Randy. We really appreciate it. Y'all, seriously, where can you find people Randy can find? Well, I love
I do have a website.
About you, Brandy.
That's what I was trying to say.
I'm on Twitter at Writer Brandy. And then I also have a website, writeyourbook.today. And I am also on Amazon. And I have 14 books on there. And then on top of that, I am on Facebook. So if you just look at Brandy M. Miller, I think 75, then you'll probably find me. And that's where I spend a lot of my time. So
fabulous. Thank you so much, y'all. If you have any more questions for Brandy, she will be happy to answer them in the chat.
I will indeed.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And we are moving on to our next speaker, which is Gabriella Pierre. And just for anyone that's just joined us right now, we are the And I Thought Ladies. You can find out everything about your ladies on www.andwethought.com or andithoughladies.com. Thank you. And Gabriella Pierre, take it away. I mean, because I used your phrase last week on an interview. I hope you don't mind, which is word nerds. I had to do it.
Totally fine. I have no idea what phrase you're referring to, but I will just
the word nerds one.
Yeah. So I am so glad you said that, because that's how I always like to start presenting. Welcome, word nerds. That's what I call my readers, my audience, my peeps. And since you're here in this virtual room right this minute, you're officially part of the Cool Kids Club. So yay. All right, so I'm going to be talking about unleashing your storytelling superpower. And this applies both to writers of fiction and nonfiction, because we're going to be talking about how to unleash the power of story in order to expand your thought leadership. What this means, if you're a writer of nonfiction, obviously it's about using storytelling in your actual nonfiction. How do you tap into the power of story if you're sharing, articles, books, etc. If you're a writer of fiction, it's about taking those storytelling skills that you're already good at on the page of your book, but then applying it to how you market yourself, how you present yourself to the world. So let's start out by talking about why story. Well, story is everywhere. It's in the media that we consume. It's in the TV shows and the shows that we binge on Netflix or whatever else. It's even in the news media. It's also in the way we talk to each other and communicate with each other. And it's even in the way we talk to ourselves, the stories we tell ourselves. Now, storytelling is actually baked into our very neurology. There's a study done in 2008 by Hassan et al. In New York City at NYU. What they did was this, it was a really cool study. These neuroscientists took people and put them in fMRI machines, and then they played video clips. And depending on the different video clips that the person watched, they explored and they looked at what was going on in the person's brain while they're watching the show or the video clip. So they had a control group. They only watched a video about, people milling around in Washington Square Park. Not a whole lot going on. They just wanted to make sure they could control for what happens to your brain when you watch any type of video. And then they had 3 experimental groups. The first experimental group, they watched a clip of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I don't know if you guys remember this show. I think it was on HBO. It's Larry David, the same dude who did Seinfeld. So it was a lot like Seinfeld, kind of talky characters, chatting and that sort of thing. Not a whole lot of plot going on, mostly character driven. And then they did a clip, another group got a clip from The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. This is a Western, lots of bang, shoot 'em up, not a whole lot of character development going on, but a whole heck of a lot of plot. And then they had a clip from Alfred Hitchcock's Bang, You're Dead. Well, 3 guesses which of those video clips showed the most activity happening in their brain. If you're thinking of the Hitchcock, you are absolutely right. What they found was that the people who viewed the Curb Your Enthusiasm, the character-driven thing, there was some brain activity more than what we saw with people who were just watching the control, but not a whole heck of a lot. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, there was definitely a lot more brain activity going on, and different parts of the brain were being activated that hadn't been activated in the other two groups. But it wasn't anywhere near as much as what they saw with the folks watching the Alfred Hitchcock clip. So what this tells me as a storyteller is that it wasn't just a question of what kind, like whether there was a story to the film that was tapping into people's engagement. It tells me that it was the kind of story stuff there was in the video clip that made people either more or less engaged. So the things that were character driven alone or plot driven alone didn't have nearly the same amount of engagement with people's brains actually activating as the thing that tapped into both character and plot together. So this, of course, aligns very much with what I believe about storytelling. I see story as existing on in a three-dimensional space. These three dimensions are the character, the plot, and the world. You could have only one of those, but it's not going to be a full story. If you only have a character, but they don't do things and they're not existing in a space, it's not a story, it's a character sketch. If you have a really cool world, but there are no people in it or characters in it, beings in it doing stuff, and nothing happens, it's a wonderful world, but it's not a story. And if you've got a plot, but no person to really root for in that plot, you've got a newsreel, but it's not a story. So how does this apply to our thought leadership? When I think about presenting myself, my brand to the world, I'm constantly thinking about these three dimensions as they relate not just to storytelling, but to branding and to marketing. So each of those three components actually directly map onto a component of the brand experience, the marketing experience. The character is the brand, that's you, the author. The plot is the journey that you guide your readers through. So this is the journey that you create as your readers, fans, audience experience you and your work. And then the world is the market, the context that your ecosystem exists within and your readers. It's an ecosystem that both you and your reader are bound by, that you're in that ecosystem together. So what do we do with, now that we understand like that there's three dimensions, we want to use stories, like now what? Well, here are a couple of tips on how to weave storytelling components, each of these three components, into your thought leadership. So first and foremost, whenever you're sharing your work with the world, you need to remember that there are two stories happening at the same time. There's a story you're telling to your readers, and then there's a story they've already got going on in their own heads. And sometimes those stories are aligned, and sometimes it's like ships passing in the night, and you're completely in different wavelengths. So you need to understand both who you are as an author, how you're presenting yourself to the world, but then you also need to do a deep dive into who your audience is, who your readers are, and what they want of you. What are they looking for? Why are they even picking up your book in the first place? In order to then align the two stories. Now you can't, let's be realistic here, you can't strong arm your readers into doing what you want. I wish we could do that. It's not, that would be like scary. So instead, you need to adjust yourself to then align with what your readers are expecting of you. You can't change them. You can only maneuver your half of that equation. Now, as you're thinking about who you're, like, you probably already have a pretty good sense of who you are as an author, as a brand, but how do you figure out who your readers are? Well, as writers, we do this all the time. We're constantly stepping into the brains of our characters. So why can't we just do the same kind of deep work that we do on the page when we're figuring out who our characters are, what they want, what their motivations are? We can do that exact same kind of work in order to get into the heads of our audience. In fact, one exercise that I love to give folks when they're still trying to figure out who their audience is write a fan letter to yourself. Pretend you're your ideal reader, the person who most would be excited about your book. Write yourself a fan letter as that character and gush at yourself about what this person's feeling, why they loved your book, everything that they're excited about in your book. Pour it onto the page for extra brownie points. If you're like me and you're a Hermione and you want, like, extra credit, put it in an envelope and mail it to yourself. Because until you have actual fans, you probably won't get snail mail. You may not ever get snail mail from actual fans these days. So like mail it to yourself. It's nice to get fan mail in the actual mail. So there you have it. One thing that you can do in terms of the character piece of the puzzle in order to use the storytelling components in your thought leadership. Now, let's focus on the world. The world is also incredibly important when you're sharing the stories with your audience. And there are many different things that you can do in terms of the ecosystem of your world. But one of the things that I love doing when I'm sharing stories from the stage, from in my newsletters, et cetera, is really to tap into those 5 senses that really immerse my audience in a time and place, especially when we're writing things that are like marketing stuff. It's really easy to kind of stay surface level. And one of the ways to draw your audience in is to paint a picture with your words. Tell the story, but give them those juicy details so they feel like they were right there with you when you were experiencing this story. This is a way to make that experience much more tangible for your audience. And you can use this in your social media. You can use this in your newsletters and communications, blog posts, speeches on stage, you name it. Finally, so there's the world building thing that you can do. The third thing, a plot thing that you can do that I absolutely love is I love using the rule of 3. This is something that we use in storytelling all the time, right? Like thing 1 happens, thing 2 happens, and then, oh, look, thing 3 is a little bit different. The rule of 3 is in just about any story. Like we can find rules of 3 everywhere. It's in The 3 Little Pigs. It's in, Goldilocks and the 3 Bears. It's even in the final sequence where the, X-Wings are blowing up the Death Star in the first Star Wars movie. Like it's in there in all of these movies. We always see the rule of 3, and it works in one of 2 ways. One way, I call it the jab, jab, punch rule of 3. This is where you have 2 things that are similar, and then the third thing is a little bit different. We see this, do you remember those MasterCard commercials, like blah, 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 $5, da-da-da, $10, then the third thing is priceless? That's the jab, jab, punch rule of 3. So in this case, the beauty of the rule of 3 is that it allows you to have a pattern, to establish a pattern, but then break the pattern in a very small number of items. You don't have to give us a laundry list. You just give us 2 that are the same, and the third one's a little bit different. Now, another way that you can build the rule of 3 is what I call the Goldilocks way. The just right. So this is where you take 2 things that are polar opposites, and then you find a third solution that's right in the middle, that's just right. So again, this is a storytelling technique, something you've probably already been using without even noticing it on the pages of your book, in the stories that you tell. But you can also apply it to things like newsletters, blog posts, what have you. So in other words, because storytelling is so ingrained in us, it's something that we are already just so predisposed to engage with and to take in, we can pull little bits and pieces, little nuggets of what we're doing on the page and use those things to enhance the way we build our nonfiction content. Everything in our marketing arsenal, even our nonfiction books. So there you have it. 3 short tips on how to build, unleash your storytelling superpower.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like I've unleashed them. Wow, that's amazing. Any questions for Gabriella?
I have a question.
Oh yeah, wait. Well, so I have a question though. Where can people find out more about you, and where can they find your wonderful podcast?
So you can find everything about me at DIYMFA.com. And I also had a link. Let me pull it up really quick. If you are curious, if you want to find out what your storytelling superpower actually is, you can hop over to that link on the DIYMFA site. It's in the chat. There's a little quiz that you can do, and it'll tell you what your superpower is. Yeah, and it's lots of fun.
Thank you so much. Any questions, y'all?
I would like to know if I may be connected with Gabriella to talk to her about giving this speech to Henderson Writers Group.
I'd love to.
I felt that Tanya question coming on. That's why I just was like, let me pause because Tanya's gonna have this question. Let me just wait for it.
Yeah. Well, I was clicking the thing. It's like, oh, quiz. Oh, wait, serious business. I'm a sucker for quizzes.
I am too. I love them.
Oh, so Tanya, you hadn't met Gabriella yet?
No.
No.
It's the first time they've ever met. And I was like, Tanya's gonna love her. I just couldn't wait. I couldn't wait.
You are correct.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know.
Superpowers, Star Wars, and word nerd stuff. Match made in heaven.
Right. Like when she said word nerds, like the first time when I was listening to her podcast, I was like, ooh, this is a person Tanya needs to know.
Gabriella, can you tell us a bit about the DIY MFA?
Sure. So DIY MFA started as a way for me to continue my own master's degree experience because I was in a traditional Master of Fine Arts MFA program and I didn't want it to end. I was like one of those students who didn't want to graduate. So, they needed me to graduate. So I went ahead and said, well, how could I do this myself? How could I DIY this and keep it going? And so it started as an experiment on my teeny tiny personal blog way back in 2010. I blogged about it a lot and my audience went from like non-existent, like my mother was one of my like 12 fans to like hundreds of people suddenly, oh my gosh, we want to DIY our MFAs too. So it then grew into a business. Eventually I figured out that it was a business. It took a while. It was a journey to get to that point. And now it's actually my full-time job. It is my obsession. We basically build theme parks for the mind for writers to help them like through immersive educational experiences, help them not just learn the techniques, but really cement and live and breathe the writing techniques.
Shari, did you want to try asking one of those questions? Okay, never.
Okay, it's cool. All right, so we do have to move on because.
Oh wow, we're 2 minutes over.
I'm so sorry.
No, that was us.
It's always us. We're always like, ooh, one more question. Ooh, one more, and then we're like, oh wait, we're not. We're supposed to be the mediators.
Oh, it's not our podcast.
yeah. So, Miss Tanya Todd.
I am here.
Thank you, Gabriella.
It was wonderful seeing your presentation, Gabriella. I can't wait to connect with you. And, that's kind of what my discussion is here today, is I'm here to talk about finding your tribe. My name is Tanya Todd. I'm an author and actress, new podcast host, and I happen to be the education chair for Henderson Writers Group, which was the first tribe that invited me to join them. This writing, it's a lonely business, as are most of the arts. And for my part, I wasn't very social when I started this endeavor. Creativity, it usually happens alone. And an artist's journey, it can be very painful. It's full of rejection. You put yourself, the only way to grow is to put yourself out there. But as an author and an actress, I pretty much invite rejection daily. And so, you deal with loved ones who might want to help. They want to support you, but they don't understand the trials that you go through. They don't understand your struggles. And so when you find your creative tribe, they'll help you overcome your struggles, whether they're offering to comfort you when you face those challenges, or maybe you're growing because you're supporting them through theirs. Your tribe will remind you ultimately that you're not in this alone. I'm debating how much of my personal journey to share with you. It's like, I was so scared when I would get up reading my work at my critique groups that I would shake. I would hold my papers and they would just shake, and I would cover my face, and I didn't want anyone to hear me, which if they can't hear you, how can they critique your work? How can they help you improve? Finding my tribe within these groups nourished me and strengthened me enough to share my work without fear, because they were there to hold my hand and support me. And then when the next scared person came in, I was able to hold their hand and support them. A tribe offers a sense of community. It's a shared purpose when you're putting art into the world. handling the challenges that go along with that. I have met cheerleaders and mentors, friends and partners, and many of times those are the same person. Take Jade and Wilnona, for example. They are responsible almost entirely for me having a podcast. Like I never would have dreamed that up for myself. They encourage me when I try new ventures. They caution me with their experience, and they depend on me for the same. Because being a tribe, you have to give back. It has to be something that is mutual. Tribes provide someone always in your corner, someone rooting for you to win. As I said, I'm also an actor. Well, something that a lot of actors had to deal with this past year, and a fear that actors have in general, is the absence of applause. So regardless of your preferred art, whether you're a poet or voice actor, author, your tribe won't let you perform without applause. Your performance won't fall on deaf ears. No matter how poorly you do, your tribe will clap for you. And when it's your time to shine, your tribe will celebrate your success. And that is why I encourage you to find like-minded artists for your supportive community. Join an existing group, start one of your own, be a gracious member, respectful of the time and effort it takes to be part of the tribe and to create art. Give as much as you get and more if you can. And remember to keep the doors open for new members. And I just want to thank Jade and Wilnona for letting me be a part of theirs.
We cannot hear you. Be a part of ours. Like, who's gonna get the really tall things off the shelf for us? Because we're like super short. Thank you so much, Tanya. Like, these were really great things. Where can people follow you and especially click on something super important for you?
Yes, my encouraging tribe member. I am across social media at Ms. Tanya Todd. My website is mstanyatodd.com. You can find me on IMDb under Tanya Todd, and please click that just to check out all the projects that I've done and the things that are in the works.
Also, it helps you get new money, so please check.
Yes. The more clicks I have, the more likely I am to be hired, and clicks are free. So just keep that in mind when you're supporting your favorite actors. And then I'm also on the 52 Love podcast, which is available on Spotify, YouTube, and the usual podcast places. And then you can also occasionally find me co-hosting for the And I Thought Ladies.
Yes, I know. She answered all the great serious questions. All right, y'all. So we have come to the point in our day where we are going to have more questions for any of the panelists that came before. So that would be Joe and Gabriella and Tanya. Hold on, and Brandy. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Yes. So if anyone has any questions, like they were holding for like a half an hour, now is the time.
Brandy, do you have that list available on one of your websites? Because I knew that I was going to be talking soon. I was like, let me just go get a beverage and a snack so that I'm not sitting here fading when I finally have to talk. And so I brought my computer with me and I couldn't take notes.
No, I actually have a blog post that I wrote. And that was inspired by somebody who had tweeted the fact that they were frustrated with not being able to make a lot of money from their books. And the reality is that we're never going to make much money from our books. I mean, J.K. Rowling did not get on the billionaires list because she had a book that was a bestseller. She didn't get on the billionaires list because she had 7 books that were bestsellers. She got on the billionaires list because of everything she did with those books, all the merchandise, all the additional added opportunities that she gave. And you have to think of it like this. Your book is like a great first date. But if you never invite that person back, what have you done? You've been cruel. You've been mean. You're not giving them an opportunity to get more of a taste of you.
I am about to take your advice right now.
These
I didn't even think to put my information in the chat. So
yeah, these things that we create are ways for the readers to continue their relationship with us, to continue getting to know us, to continue being served by us. So really when you're coming up with concepts for things that you can offer them, it helps to have a listening ear. What do they want? What do they like? What would they want to see? What excites them? You know, I mean, take that into account as you're developing your fan base. It helps if you know who your fans are, and sometimes you don't. But, you know, especially when you're first
I think
starting.
everyone here knows that Jade and Winona are fans, so
yeah,
that's where we start.
Exactly.
I'm like, I'm so
our tribe are our first fans, right? You know, the people that we surround ourselves with that are fellow writers and fellow artists. Those are the people that we can ask for first. But yeah, you have plenty of opportunities. And look, the reality is that the super wealthy don't become super wealthy because they have one income stream. They become super wealthy because they build multiple streams of income. So everything that you can create from your books is one more stream of income you have coming in the door in case one of those streams goes away.
Gabriella, you had mentioned about like knowing your fan and writing a fan letter. I immediately started typing. I now have writer's block in my own fan letter.
You're supposed to be a mediator. You can't be typing.
Well, it was a good point. I wanted to immediately do it. How did you know what to write in your fan letter?
So one of the places to start, I was actually thinking this just as Brandy was chatting and sharing her insights, that oftentimes our fans are also very similar to us, at least in terms of their tastes in books, right? Like we wouldn't be writing a cozy mystery if we hated reading cozy mysteries. That would be a very miserable existence for us as writers. So like chances are, one of your fans, it may not be all your fans are like you, but they probably have something in common with you because you wouldn't be writing this type of book if you didn't also enjoy reading that type of book. So, you know, tapping into like, what is it about this book that you loved? Thinking about a book similar to yours that you read, how did you feel when you were reading it? What did it like? What made you turn the pages? What kept you excited about it? And that's, you know, that's where you can start. And then if it helps, think of the person writing the fan letter as a character in your book. So like, because sometimes it's easier for us as writers to get into the mind of a character than it is for us to get into the mind of like, this is our reader. And like, then it sort of feels all marketing-ish and scary. But if we just go like, okay, I'm going to write a character who's like a super fan of Gabriella, and then I write them as a character, I feel like it makes the words flow more easily.
Wow. Yeah, that was amazing. And so Tanya, as you were talking about being a better tribe member, what are like some of the like top 5 things that we can do? Like as people, are you getting to know your tribe, but you want to support your other people in their you know what I'm trying to say.
You want
right?
to support other people in their endeavors.
Yep. How can we do like the top 5 things?
Top 5 things. Number 1 would be listen. Not everyone has all the same problems and goals that you have. So listen. You might have some experience that could assist them with their journey, or you might know someone who can help them. Because it's not always going to be you, but because it's a community, hey, I know this person, and I don't need to tell you two this. You do that all the time. You have mastered the art of hearing the needs of members in your tribe and connecting them to someone else who can help.
Oh, thank you. Like I feel like, oh my goodness, maybe we do good things. Maybe.
You do wonderful things. Like you put on free events and encourage people to be surrounded by all of these experts and these amazing artists who volunteer their time to help other members of the community. It takes time and effort to put these events together. You know, I know this. So what you have done and the caliber of people that you're including me with, which I appreciate so much. It's like, I'm sitting here in awe, and it's, why am I on this panel? You know?
As the educational chair of the Henderson Writers Group, dude, you got accolades galore behind your name. That's good enough. We're good.
Absolutely. I just want y'all, like, this is like everyone out there, really. Type in writer, or like writers conferences or whatever, and then Las Vegas, and see how many times you will read Tanya Todd's name.
I don't think you will. I think that was just God making sure that we found each other.
That's not true. That's not true at all. We read it so many times.
Does Laura or Shari have any questions?
Or
Laura. No, it is Laura. Whew. I'm trying to get names right this time. I'm working on that.
And Camilla.
You know what? That's my fault because my autocorrect went to Lauren when I was saying thanks, Laura. Thank you for pointing that out.
Do you all have any questions?
Especially, I know that Shari's writing her book right now.
Camilla,
that's why I keep asking.
Am I saying?
I have a question. I'm just curious, Tanya, like, since you're an actor, where does writing and acting sort of intersect for you?
Well, I started as an author who wrote about an actress. I was not an actor to start. So it intersected when the universe put me in a situation where I was being pushed toward acting by someone who didn't even know that I was an author who had written a book. Because I was still drafting it. I hadn't shared it with anyone. And so it was kind of the universe saying, hey, maybe you want to be an actor. And that's why you're writing about a woman who wants to be an actor. I didn't think I was writing about myself, but then it manifested into my life. So that is step one. And that allowed me to experience things that I could then incorporate into my writing, because now I had firsthand experience to flesh out those scenes. I created the ideas, then I find myself in them, and it's like, oh, here's language, here's vocabulary, here's the fix for this situation that I backed her into a corner. So something that I wrote about happened in my real life completely coincidentally. And there was a person on set who was there with a fix. And I was like, oh, there are people like this in the world who anticipate these problems and take care of it. And then the other way is that embodying all these different characters, all that does is spark new ideas. I'm not just walking through the world as myself all the time. So I have to connect with the character, but they were going to have experiences and stories of their own. And being an author, I can branch ideas off of the things that these characters inspire, or I can use my author skills to help fill in the blanks for the parts that I don't, that aren't on the page maybe. Does that make sense? And then just in general, my job is being a storyteller, whether I'm on stage, on screen, or whether it's on the page. I'm telling stories, and all of these things are intersected. And so as a character, I know that there's more than just sight involved. A lot of times you read something and the only sense that they're incorporating is sight, but you smell things, there are temperatures, there are textures, there's stuff going on inside your body and outside of your body. It just helps you really present fully rounded characters, both that I'm portraying and that are on the page.
So one day she taught a really great class about this. She taught a really great workshop about that
at our Las Vegas Writers Retreat, about how acting helps you to be a better writer. So I'm, as applying what you said, that means I should become a talent manager to write better.
Oh my God.
Gabriella, I do have one question. You have an MFA, and then you've made a great brand. How do you feel about that? Because I hear literary and brand stay very far apart. I should say, how does the literary community feel about that?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I missed the last thing you said.
Oh, I should say, how does the literary community feel about that? You have a brand and you have an MFA.
Yeah, so it's interesting. We'll leave it at that. I think but here's the thing. I want to make it very clear, I do not hate on the MFA. My company grew out of my deep love of the school experience that I didn't want to graduate. And I don't see it as being two things that are mutually exclusive. And so like whenever I do get, and occasionally I'll get some pushback, but when I do, I always make it very clear, like we're going after different audiences. The MFAs are really good at serving a very specific group of writers, people who are focused on very literary type of work, people who have the time and the money to take time off of work to go to a 2-year or 3-year program, who can invest, $60,000, $80,000 and grad degree that doesn't necessarily guarantee employment after graduation. Like there's a very specific pool, but it's not, I'm not like, there's nothing wrong with that pool of people. Like they do great work. It's just a very different audience from the audience that we serve, who are the writers who oftentimes aren't very interested in writing literary work. They're interested much more in genre, but they still want to write good quality genre writing. I personally don't really like reading literary fiction. Don't tell my MFA professors that, but like, I just find it kind of boring. Like, I don't like books that make me feel dumb when I'm reading them. Like, I don't understand what the book's about. So I'd rather read books where I get lost in the story. And so that to me is much more genre. Still, I like good quality genre books. So I think there isn't, it's not like a mutually exclusive group. And I just see it as more, we are evening the playing field so that more people can get the benefit of that knowledge and be able to produce good work and build careers out of their writing. It's not like we're impeding with the MFAs. They're not going anywhere. They're still going to be doing just fine, and they're not hurting. And occasionally we have some fun moments, like when I made a bet with my agent that I wouldn't be allowed to speak or be invited to speak at AWP, and then I did, and I won the bet. So that was kind of fun. My agent was like completely flabbergasted. It was hilarious. So like, an AWP, it's like they're all MFA. So it was an interesting experience, like being there and being like, I'm DIY. Okay. So there you go. That's my answer, my long-winded answer.
I love it. I love it so much.
So thank you. You have given us a new way to walk a line between being a poet and having a brand that makes a bathing suit.
That makes a bathing suit. Merchandising, though, we do listen, Brandy, because merchandising is so important. Okay, so
what was the thing? Someone had a question about branding and just in general. So does someone want to explain that? And don't anyone say, why don't you explain it, Winona and Jade? What is a brand? How do you make it?
I thought I saw Sherry's hand up earlier.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, please forgive me. My mind is blown in a good way right now. I'm going through notes after notes, and I want to see the podcast. It's just yesterday I had a really long day, and I forgot today. We were having this today. Thank you for reminding me, Winona and Jade. But I wish I could come back tomorrow. It was all my questions. I have so many questions. It was so many things I heard today, and it's like, wow. I'm literally, my question is, what did I do with my blown mind right now? It got so much going on. But I just want to thank everybody. I have to go, but I want to thank everybody. And I definitely want to get this so I can go back and review everything. And everybody did a fabulous job. I have notes to prove it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Tanya, I meant to say on her, I'm sorry. That's about her tribe 5. Maybe I missed them. I heard one, but I didn't hear the other 4.
No, I didn't. There was some kind of interruption. I didn't get beyond 1. I was like, oh, good. I don't have to come up with 4 more on the spot.
Well, include it so I can read it later, so I can look over it later. But everybody,
okay, you know what? I will make it a goal to come up with a list of 5 so that I have this answer.
Yes. Everybody, I can go through everybody's names, but everybody who's still here, thank you. It helped me and inspired me, because I was getting kind of down because I have my book almost there, but thank you for everybody.
That's why you need to find your tribe, because we have like-minded goals and we will lift you when you need it. Just catch us when we fall, okay?
Hey. I'm falling. Thank you for catching me. Okay, everybody.
Bye. Nice meeting you.
Same here. Bye-bye.
And Camilla had a really good idea. She said to put tribe information in the chat. So I am putting my main organization there. But, let's not limit it to my resources. We're all here. We're all part of the And I Thought tribe. I don't know what you write, Camilla, because that could help narrow down some other options for you. What are your goals? Tell us about your journey.
Hi, so my journey is actually very interesting. I started honestly writing more awareness statements and policy, particularly around health and disability access and inclusion. And I came upon writing more interpersonal stories, taking interviews from people and then putting that into the policy awareness statements. And it kind of snowballed from there. And it became a small kind of book about how, and please, ladies, forgive the title. I don't wish to offend anybody, but it's called MS, Not Just a White Girl's Disease. And it kind of evolved from telling people how collecting stories from other women of color that are living with multiple sclerosis. And that has kind of picked up from different places and pieces, and just working with this organization, trying to figure out how to also expand that, just to get that information out there, that healthcare, mental health, chronic conditions, disability, and accessibility touches us all. And I figured out the best way to do that wasn't just about policy and statistics, but telling people's stories.
Jay, do you remember who writes that amazing creative nonfiction book? Because I hate creative nonfiction as a class. So
as a class, not as a works. Yeah.
Not as a work. But do you remember who does that?
No, and why would you?
What?
Okay, right off the top of my head, like no, I don't.
I'm gonna look this up. But one of our contacts, she explains how to make personal stories connect to social issues very, very well. I mean, in fact, actually, her
Mimi Schwartz.
Yes. Is it? Yes, it is. It's Mimi. That's who it is. Get Mimi Schwartz's book, and actually her text, her book feels like creative nonfiction. It feels like a story of like how to write a good story. So like I stuck with the class because I like the book. Also, and now I like the author. So I mean, hey, it's good.
And are you on Facebook, Camilla?
I am, and I'm collecting everybody's emails and Twitter handles and LinkedIn's, and I'm going to be sending invites and invitations to connect with me as soon as, yes.
I ask because there are several Facebook groups that are, revolve around that kind of topic. You should do a search on Facebook to find communities that focus on both MS and the style of writing that you're doing, and also the journey. Some people want to self-publish, some people want traditional publication. You want to find people with the same kind of goals because that can help you get to where you want to go.
Right. I really think this topic or participating here today really helped me define in what you said, what my writing was. It's creative nonfiction, because I do still want to get that policy out there. It never had really a title or a category. People kept saying, you need to find your market. I was like, well, my market is anybody that's been touched by a chronic health condition in their family or wants to know how to better prepare for transition.
Your title identifies your market, so I don't think there's any problem with it.
Right.
True.
But putting that category of creative nonfiction, that really helps.
Okay.
Oh, Laura just said that I do book coaching for the Writers Ally.
Yeah.
Writers Ally?
How do we not know this about you, Laura? Like
you do everything.
You do everything
amazingly.
I mean, oh my goodness, how did we not know?
All right.
So
time for Angela Anderson.
Yes. Angela, thank you for your question, everyone. And then Angela is our next presenter.
Speaking of word nerds.
Hey guys, and I'm getting ready to do my picture as well. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to have to be, before my time. I didn't know if I was supposed to be showing or my picture. So let's see.
I mean, it's a beautiful picture, so of course.
I love your hair. Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
There's no eye patch anymore.
Not only the ladies, but Tanya, Todd. I mean, y'all are I'm fangirling right now.
Don't fangirl over us. Fangirl over like
Tanya and Gabriella and Laura. Like if you say for Laura, and Brandy, there's just so many great people that came today. So thank you so much for coming.
And we're gonna stop talking so you can start.
Yes.
And so guys, I'm kind of, as Tanya Todd said, I'm Angela Anderson of Angela Anderson Presents. Angela Anderson Presents is like threefold. I do editorial services, I do marketing and PR, literary coaching. I actually have several shows that I am the host. I do speaking, all of that good stuff. But I do coin myself as the certified word nerd. I love all things literary. The funny thing is, like yesterday, I did a post. I was talking about book hangovers, and so a friend of mine, she inboxed me and she was like, "Oh my goodness, I never knew that that was a thing. I was wondering why these characters, I would still be thinking about them." She was like, "But that's it. It's a book hangover." I was like, yeah. So that was weird. And she was like, "Yeah." I said, "But most book lovers and book nerds, we'll put a name on anything, but that's what it is, and we're still thinking about those characters." But anyway, so I'm here to, of course, answer any questions that you guys may have, whether it's pertaining to marketing, whether it's pertaining to, writing your book, editing, what have you, or what have you. Or if you guys have a specific topic that you want me to talk about, trust me, I can talk about it. So is there anything in particular, Tanya, that you guys wanted me to address or what have you?
So Winona always has questions. Know this, always.
I'd like to hear about PR because it's my favorite subject.
Gotcha.
Anything you'd like to know us about, like to tell us about how to get ready for, how to procure an interview, how to get ready for a televised interview, and how to make your statements impactful and correct sound bites in 3 to 5 minutes.
That is a great question, and I'm so glad that you asked me that. And it's ironic because actually on yesterday, one of the groups that I am in on Facebook, that was a similar question that she asked about, if individuals, authors, or what have you, if they're doing interviews and things of that nature. It was more of like the questioning or what have you. Right now, a lot of stuff is virtual. Some people are starting to do a little more in person or what have you, but a lot of it is virtual. One thing that I like to share with authors or what have you is learn your influencers or your social media influencers, or those that are in the industry that promote whatever it is or something similar to what you are doing. So if you are an author, find out, who some of those literary bloggers are. Find out those individuals that have podcasts. Find out those individuals that, and Tanya, know what I'm going to say. It's all about relationships. I think Tanya, am I the relationship queen? Maybe, I don't know. But again, it's all about building quality relationships, getting to know individuals, joining other writing groups, joining other writing communities, and then your readers, because if you are in the type of community or what have you, then you will find out, who some of those individuals are. So when it is time for you to release your book or what have you, you may have some avenues of individuals that you can contact, or you may contract a PR person to actually contract some of these individuals for you so you can promote your book. But again, I would definitely go back to relationships, because it's almost like nothing is more disrespectful for me than if all of a sudden I have no idea who a person is and they'll hit me up in my DM and they're like, "Can you review my book?" or "Can I be on your show?" And in my mind, I'm like, I don't even know you. Do I even read the type of books that you are, that you write? Or is my show the right fit for the type of books that you write and things of that nature? So you do want to also do your research, because if you are going to be on a show, or if you are going to be interviewed, or you're promoting your book or what have you, you want to make sure that it's a match, if that makes sense. So that way it's not awkward or what have you. And then in addition to being on a show, I would, on both ends, on the person who's actually doing the show or the interviewer, do your research on the author, read the book, or even know enough about the book that you can actually have a intelligent discussion and ask questions about the book, things of that nature too. Also, as an author, find out, okay, is this paid, or, meaning, do I have to pay for this interview, or is this interview, free, or what have you? What are the guidelines to be on the show? All that type of stuff is things that you want to do. So I guess to sum that up, 1, to, build relationships, 2 is to, ask questions, and 3 is definitely to do your research on both ends, the author and the interviewee. Did I answer that question?
Yes, absolutely. And I have another question. Anybody else? Okay, no, okay. Why would you want to pay for an interview?
It just really depends. There is a lot of shows and stuff out there that it may be free, but the person who is actually doing the interview or their show, they may have costs and things of that nature for their particular show. So that's why you may want to ask, is this paid? If it is a paid one, a lot of times they will have different marketing packages and things of that nature that may include their interview shows that they have as well. So again, you want to do your research. It's almost like the same thing. Like some people say, why pay for reviews? Because there are some out there that are free. So again, it just really depends on what type of organization that it is, what the reach is, things of that nature. So that's why I would definitely do my research.
Did I hear that like you were one of the people that will read a story and like critique it and help the writer in the story along its way? Or is that something I remember from my podcast?
No, yeah, I am. Okay. I am. So one of the things that I do, I guess with the many hats that I wear, is that I am a professional beta reader. So in addition to the editing services and things of that nature, I also beta read for authors. And basically what happens is the author will send you their manuscript. It's still, still rough. It's most of the time it's been edited or whatever, but it's not like the final or what have you. And so they may find somewhere where, in throughout the process, they may kind of feel like it's kind of running flat, or they may kind of feel like something is missing, or they may just want to get the overall vibe of the story or what have you before they actually put the final product out there. So it's actually pretty cool to beta read because most of the times they will give you questions, or if there's certain things that they are looking for in particular or specific, they will actually indicate to say, okay, when you're reading, can you look out for this, or can you look out for that? These are things that I am inquiring about. To want to make sure, did I miss the mark, or what was your experience? How did you feel when you read this? What was your reaction? Different stuff like that. So it's pretty cool to beta read. And if you do, get a beta reader or hire a beta reader or what have you, I always recommend, you only need a handful because, sometimes if you got too many chiefs in the kitchen, or if you got too many opinions coming at you or what have you. So I would do sometimes between 3 and 5. A lot of times with a lot of the authors that I work with, 3 is like the magic number. But again, like I said, between 3 and 5. And then, just kind of like with your editing projects, you'll give them a time frame and things of that nature too, to say, hey, I'm working on this. I'm trying to get it out by this X amount of date. I'm reaching out to my beta readers. Can you guys, give me your feedback by whatever the date is? And then they will give you that feedback. And a lot of times, would take that information that they've gained from beta readers to actually, they can either add to the story. Sometimes they may need to take out. For example, I think I shared with the ladies, I did a beta read for an author, and the book is amazing, by the way. And one of the things when we did the beta read, ironically, the three beta readers that she used, myself included, some of the major points and the 3 of us didn't even talk, but we had some of the same feedback. Like there was like this one character that literally got on the nerves of all 3 of us because she was indecisive and she kept kind of going back and forth. And we were all like, okay, if she go back and forth one more time, like really one more time. So I thought that was kind of neat that the 3 of us hadn't talked, but we had the same reaction about this character. And we liked the character, but that was one of our recommendations, was to kind of scale it back a little bit. We was like, we get it that she's high strung, we get it that she's used to being independent or what have you. But we was like, after like midways of the book, it kind of gets on your nerves. So when we actually read the final version of the book or what have you, she had scaled it back. And then also she had like different versions of the ending. And so she asked us like what our opinion was of the ending. So it was pretty cool to see like how the book actually ended too. So I hope I answered that question as well.
Yeah, that was wonderful, because seriously, I think that a lot of authors, we underplay the thing of having a beta reader. And I'm telling you, as we say all the time, in our first book, if we had not had a beta reader, it would have been a complete, like our whole series would have been a completely different series. She's the reason why we have these sections in life lessons.
And I would definitely also go back to, Tanya, you know what I'm going to say, but even with your beta readers, you want to make sure that these are trusted individuals that are Sometimes they can even be super fans that they know your work, they know your work well, they are a fan of your work. Now, sometimes it could be new individuals or what have you too, but it does help if you have a relationship with these individuals, because guess what? This is your book, baby, boys and girls. So you want to make sure that their opinion, these are trusted, individuals, because this is your book, baby, that you're getting ready to birth into the world. So, you just don't want to get random individuals or what have you. Not for this one, because again, like I said, this is individuals that this is going to be the ending result of the book, or the final version of the book that you would like to put out in excellence. So.
My follow-up question to this was, what are the mistakes that you often see when you're beta reading like new authors' books?
Now in beta reading, I'm not particularly looking for mistakes, because most of the time when you get to the beta read, the book is pretty polished, pretty finished. Sometimes it's the editor and me, so every now and then I may see like a few grammatical errors, and myself, just being who I am, I may add that in my notes to say, hey, I found this, I found that. But really, as a beta reader, you're not looking at it as an editor. You're actually looking at the content. You're looking at the plot. You're looking at, most of the time when I'm reading as a beta reader, I put on my reader's hat to say, okay, as a reader, again, how am I feeling about this? Like I said, when we gave you that example, that particular reader, that particular character, that part was getting on my nerves. And so if that part was getting on my nerves, and I wanted to just be like, okay, this is enough of that. Because again, you want to make sure that the book is written in a way that it keeps the reader's attention to the very end. I mean, that's what authors want to do. You want people to buy the book. You want the book to be really good, all of that good stuff. So as a beta reader, when I have that hat on, I'm not necessarily looking at it from an editor's standpoint. I'm mainly kind of looking at like the meats and potatoes of the story, making sure that it flows, making sure nothing falls flat, making sure that it's an overall good story. Did that answer that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on and like sharing some of your time and putting on some of your many hats. Where can people reach out to you if they want to work with you or to follow you?
Yes. They can actually go to my website, which is www.angelaandersonpresents.com. They can also follow me on social media. I am on Facebook at Angela Anderson Presents, and I am on Instagram as well at Angela Anderson Presents.
What about are you accepting authors to submit for your show or no?
Yes, they can actually go to the website under the contact, and they can put in their information, and where you have the little, the little box to type in whatever it is that you need, you can just indicate that you are inquiring about one of my shows. I have two. One is Angela's Literary Cafe, which is a 30-minute interview show. Most of the authors who are on that show, they have either a new release or a release that has been out, only a couple of weeks or what have you. So they're promoting their book, and we get to have fun and talk about their book. As far as asking questions about the book, we put in information of how people can purchase the book, things of that nature. And then the other show is Angela's Literary Tea. If you guys know anything about me, y'all know I love tea. I'm such a fan of tea. Or what have you, but I have a live book discussion. Yes, I have a live book discussion with myself, other book bloggers, and the actual author. And we, for an hour, talk about the books. And we've had some amazing times. I've had some amazing authors on there. So I am still looking for authors for that as well. And then, of course, the other show I actually co-host with some amazing individuals. It's called Fun Friday. It's every Friday at lunchtime. And we actually give you 30 minutes of unscripted fun. We talk about what's going on in the world. We talk about books, of course. We talk about new releases. We give shout outs. Sometimes we have special guests or what have you, but you never know what you're going to get on Fun Friday. We dress up in amazing costumes. If you ever watch it, you never know. I mean, one day I had on a onesie, like really guys, I had on a onesie. We have done from bonnets. I mean, you name it. It's just fun.
Absolutely. And they can find out about all of your shows on your website also?
Actually, if they email me on social media, they can find out about all of my shows. But if they email me, I can definitely get them the details. And my email address is Angela, what is my email address? Anderson Marketing 01@gmail.com.
I just forgot. Thank you, Angela. And Gabriella, we forgot to say, what is your podcast?
Oh, my podcast is DIY MFA Radio, and it's linked to from the DIY MFA site.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Yep, we totally forgot to say it.
We were too busy talking about MFA.
Yeah, we were. All right. So yeah, we forgot. All right. Thank you so much, Angela, for coming on and really giving us some insight. We really appreciate it. And we are now for Laura Chauvin.
Hey everybody, how are you?
Good. We're doing good.
Good. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Laura Chauvin. I do a lot of things, which I can tell all of you also do. I'm a poet. I'm a former literary magazine editor. I write for children. I write middle grade. I'm a book coach for the Writers Ally. Oh gosh. I'm a dog mom, a knitter, lots of things. But I wanted to today talk a little bit about submitting to literary magazines. And since we've been talking so much about marketing, I'm going to start by saying that literary magazines are, believe it or not, a great marketing tool. If you are planning to query for agents later on in your career, having placed poetry, short stories, essays in the small press world is a really great thing to have in your bio to prove that you have the chops and that you're somebody with a publishing history that an agent would like to take on. It also, if you are writing a novel or if you're writing a memoir, publishing a chapter that can stand alone in a small press magazine in a literary journal is again a really great thing to be able to go to an agent or an editor with and say, look, you know, the Little Patuxent Review, I'm just using that because that's the journal I used to edit, published the first chapter of my book in their journal. So it has literary quality. It's kind of like a way to get your foot in the door. So I'm going to go over a bunch of things about how this process works. The first thing I think is really important is to decide on your priorities. If you're just breaking into the literary market world, that's going to lead you to aim for certain types of magazines. If you are an established author, you might say to yourself, I only want to publish in the top 50 literary magazines in the country. If you're in it for the money, you're going to be looking for paying markets. Again, as I said, you might be looking for publishing credits for a book that you're working on by sending out a chapter or a piece of that book. So once you've decided on your priorities, then you have to set a goal for yourself. I think a lot of people from the different writer websites I'm on, they get caught up in like, there are so many journals to submit to, and what do I do? Where do I start? For me, having a goal is really important. My goal is I have to send out one submission a month. I do not judge myself where I send it. I can send it to a brand new literary magazine that is run by 7th graders. If they're accepting adult work, doesn't matter. My goal is send out one piece of writing a month at least. And that's a goal that's realistic for me. I can stick to that. So for you, it could be that over the course of a year, you want to send out 12 poems. They can all go out at once. It might be that you have a particular literary journal. Your favorite author was published in it when their career was starting. So that's your goal. So it really depends what your goal is on what you send out to. Really depends on what your larger goals are, your priorities are. But for me, keeping to that rule of once a month works really well. It's important. You're going to do research based on these priorities and goals. So you might be guided, like I am, by upcoming deadlines. The first thing I look at is what's due this month. And even if I've never heard of the journal before, if I have something that I think is going to be a good fit and their deadline is this month, that's who I'm sending to because I'm making it easy on myself. So upcoming deadlines, you might read an issue of the journal, especially if they have, usually they'll send out for, limited fee, a sample copy, but they might also have some work posted online. And you might also be paying attention to the genre. It might be a genre specific magazine, like there are science fiction literary magazines that only do sci-fi or horror. Or there might be a literary journal that's doing a special issue on tea, let's say. I love tea too, English breakfast for me. And so you might have a poem or a story on that topic that's perfect to send out. All right, once you've done all that, the most important thing to do is to check on the guidelines. So each journal has separate guidelines for you to follow, and follow those to the letter. Because if you don't take the time to follow what the journal is saying about your format and whether to put your name on your piece of writing, if you're not paying that time and attention, but then you're asking them to pay time and attention to your writing, that's kind of unfair. So do your homework in that way. Like, for instance, if it says put your bio in your cover letter, then you're going to do that. If it says we don't want cover letters, leave the cover letter off. And pay attention to all those things. Yes, I'm going to post a bunch of places that are resources for finding out calls for submission. One of the best ones I'll just mention, or one of the ones that you probably, if you're going to work in this field of literary journal, if you want to send work out, you will need to set up a submittable account, which I'll put in the link. It's free for you to set up. And many literary journals use that as their submission portal. So it's a must-have. And they also, though, let's say I wrote a horror story where a cowboy falls in love with a butterfly fairy. And I'm going to plug that into submittable. And oh my gosh, look, this literary journal wants exactly what I wrote. Can you believe it? I'm going to submit to them. So I know that's like way more specific than would happen in real life. But, you know, cowboy horror, maybe you have a story, cowboy horror, and you put that in, and lo and behold, there's somebody who's looking for that. What you're submitting, you're going to put it in a Word file. In most cases, that's what the journals are asking for. So it's a Word doc. Follow the guidelines as far as how they want you to call, what they want you to call the file. Usually it has your last name in it, times Roman 12. The standard for prose and poetry submissions, I mean, for format, is usually what's called for unless the guidelines say otherwise. And then if you're going to include a cover letter, it's very straightforward. It can be super short. You might include a reason for writing. I admire your magazine, or you've published my work before, or you published somebody whose work I really like. Thank you for considering. Then you list the titles of the works that you're sending in, and you have your contact info. And that's it. That's a very short cover letter. The only other thing, two other things I wanted to say. I personally use a tracker. And am I allowed to share screen, Jaden Wilnona? Because I'll show you what my tracker looks like. I keep a spreadsheet. For me, that works really well.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Let me just.
Okay, I'll come back to that. It's important for me to keep a tracker, and I'll tell you why in a minute. I will say that most places do not charge fees. Some journals charge a small fee, usually like $3 to submit on Submittable, because Submittable charges them. So they're having on a paid Submittable account. The other time you might pay is if there's a contest. And the rule of thumb for a contest is, which I'm going to put in here, if you're going to pay a fee to enter into a contest, you're looking for something that is not more than 10% of the grand prize. So if the grand prize is $100, you don't want to pay more than $10 for your fee. And those fees usually go to the people judging. It's an honorarium for the judges. Okay, let's go back for a second. This is what I use to track my submissions. I'm going to show you my submission tracker, and you're going to be like, you are crazy, but this is what works for me. Can you guys see that? Oh, can you see it?
Okay, it says you have started sharing your screen, but we don't. Oh, there it is.
Okay. All right, this is what I do. I have the list, as you can see, the name of the journal, when I sent it, what I sent, and then I'm going to come over here and show you if I can grab this. Oh, it's over here. No, I'm having trouble dragging this for you, but there we go. And then the results and any notes that I have. I just color code them, and I have one of these for every year. So this year, pink means success, and gray means failure, or I shouldn't say failure, rejection from that particular magazine. But I also, this is really important, I keep a separate list here of poems that are out I don't usually submit more than 2 places for each poem, because if something is accepted, I want to be able to very quickly go to the other editors I've submitted to and say it's no longer available. And for me, I don't want to do more than 2 people, because then I'm going to have to track down. So I just keep track of making sure that I don't have anything that's out to 2 more journals. And here I have a list. These are my pieces that have been accepted so far this year, down in the bottom corner. And then the longer list of pieces that have been rejected this year and by whom. So keeping that is really helpful for me. And it also, I will show you over here quickly, if I can get over to here. I don't know if you'll be able to see that or not, but I also I track for myself. This was my April submission. Hooray, I did it. I submitted in April. And so I'd applaud myself for doing what I said I would do, which is send out. Okay, I'm going to send you all 5 places. I'm going to put it in the chat. 5 places where I go, or others who are in my writing cohort go for submission. So I mentioned Submittable, really important one, like I said, because a lot of journals use that as their portal. Duotrope used to be free. It is now paid. I don't know how much it is, but same kind of idea. You can search what people are looking for. So again, if you wrote a poem that's about horror, you'll be able to find the magazines that publish that. I really like this blog, Publishing and Other Forms of Insanity. I subscribe to their newsletter. Every month they send a list of paying literary journals that have a deadline coming up. So that's one that I go through. I spend 20 minutes once a month and go through and highlight things that look interesting to me. I belong to a Calls for Submission Facebook group that you'll see there. That one's good. People share on there all the time. And then there's a poet named Allison Joseph who for many, many years has had this creative writers opportunities list. And again, literary journals will go and post their calls for submission there for specific work. I put my website on there. I'm at Laura Chauvin across platforms. So I hope that this is encouraging. I think the thing is, especially from, I can't remember which group it was. It may have been in the calls for submission group. I think that people get caught up in I have to submit to, the top literary magazines, and they get themselves stressed out. For me, I want to make it as easy as possible on myself to be able to stick to my goal and achieve it. And like I said, in my case, that means I'm sending out once a month, and I am not judging myself about where I'm sending it. And that means over the course of a year, if I'm sending out once a month, I have a pretty good success rate. I know I have more rejections than acceptances, but I still, if I am not sending out work at all, guess what happens? There's no acceptances coming in. And it's just, even though I'm a children's author, I'm mostly known as a children's author. I really like having my toes into the literary market world, because sometimes it's a long time between books as a children's author, but poetry, I can send a few things out. I might hear a few months later back from the journal, and it's just keeping my toes in and keeping my adult poetry going. That's what I tend to publish in these literary magazines. And it's nice to have a bookshelf with journals that you've had work published in, if it's a print journal, or on my website to be able to have the links to places where my poetry has been published online. So I would highly recommend it. And then when you are published, what you're going to do is you're going to go in the back of the journal and you're going to read everybody's bios, and you're going to highlight the places where they've been published. Because if you're published in a journal alongside somebody else, then your work is at the level that theirs is at, and you can start building a list of where you'd like to submit based on who you're published alongside, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
That is wonderful. That is just a really good tip, y'all. Hope y'all wrote that down.
Yeah.
Or pause it and rewind it. Listen to it later. Thank you so much, Laura. We've been looking forward to this. So any questions, y'all?
Do you have that spreadsheet, the list, do you have it available as a template if people want to use your categories?
I do not, but I certainly could.
That would be wonderful. And
okay.
Of course you have more rejections than you have acceptances because you're continuing to put your art out into the world.
Correct.
That's what we need to do.
Now, exactly. if you just want acceptances, you could just, submit to
Give it to your mother.
Or Anti-Thought Literary Magazine.
Or Anti-Thought Literary Magazine. Just either work.
I will tell you all, I wrote a poem. I can't even tell you when I wrote it. I tracked it at least as far back as 2012, and it was just accepted recently. And so I also feel like sometimes you write something and it gets rejected and somehow years later the right place it finds the right fit if you just persevere with it. Of course, you're making revisions along the way. If you're getting a bunch of rejections on a piece, that's time to go back and take another look at it before you submit it again. But sometimes it can take a long time to find the exact right home for a piece of writing.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
Thank you so much, y'all. Like everyone. Before we close out, we're gonna have Tanya give us the list of 5 things that you can do.
Oh, the 5 things.
Yeah.
I do want to say thank you, Laura, because in a different group that I have, a different faction of my tribe, someone was just asking about submitting to literary magazines, and now I can't wait to go to him and say, hey, I have this list, and then refer him to this video so that he can watch your portion of it. So thank you. This is perfect timing.
Yes.
So you asked me for a list of 5 things that someone can do to be a good member of the tribe. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So number 1 was listen, and we captured that one. Number 2 would be give at least as much as you receive, but aim for more. 3 would be you should be mindful of your words because they can cut deeper than they can heal. 4 is learn as much as you can and share it with your tribe, which is what I'm going to do with Laura's information. And then 5 would be try your advice before you offer it.
Oh, that's fabulous. Thank you so much. Laura, you forgot to tell us your actual website.
Oh, I put it on there. It's at the bottom of the links.
You have to say it because it's going to be on the podcast too.
Thank you. It's my name, laurachauvin.com.
Thank you so much. We really
Sorry.
No worries. It's just like everyone's like, I put it, and I'm like, right, but we put this up on podcast too, so people listen to it all kinds of ways, which is what we want. Everyone to get this information, and then they'll buy everyone's books and stuff, so people can get money.
So everyone can unmute right now
Yes.
if they'd like and say what how they felt about today, if they learned anything, if they wish we'll never do this again. I mean, all these things.
All these things.
I should say they could also wish that we would do it again because Tracee is here, so I must be positive. But then I also
had an amazing list of speakers, and I feel blessed to sit here and listen to Tracee, to be blown away by someone I didn't know I needed to hear today, and to reconnect with Laura and meet Camilla. I thought it was amazing. And then Angela, we keep running into each other, and I just think it's amazing that our tribes keep intersecting like this.
All right. So to wrap this up though, then I can stop recording, right? I have to go. You can find out everything your ladies are doing on www.andwethought.com or andithoughladies.com. All right, y'all. Remember, wisdom is all around you if
you're open to finding it and accepting it. And this has been a day of wisdom.
So peace and love, y'all, for Winona, Jade, and all of our panelists. Thanks for listening.